Hello, hello, and welcome to Legalbytes. I see that there are a ton of people here, which is insane, and there's a very active chat. I am very sorry that this is starting late. And give me just 1 second there. Forgot to mute the video here. Anyway, like I said, I'm sorry we're late. I didn't want to out our guest, but I am still waiting on him. But in the meantime, I figured I can get started because it sounds like he is booting up and getting ready to go. How about that verdict yesterday? Pretty good, right? Um, anyway, I guess to kind of get started, I'm super excited by how many people are here. I can't believe it. Literally like 3 weeks ago, I would have been ecstatic to get a max peak of like 120 viewers during one of my live streams. And there's this many people waiting ahead of time is like ridiculous. I've already seen that there are some super chats. So I want to address super chats generally, especially judging by how many people are already watching here. I want to say that I'm going to try to get through all the super chats. I'm try to read them. But in case I don't, I really apologize, and just know that I'm trying to do my best here, and please don't be mad. Otherwise, if you guys are going to enjoy this conversation as you're watching, if you want to like the video, subscribe to the channel. You can check me out on all of my social media places. They're all linked in the description below. I'm also on Locals. I'm on Patreon. So you can also support in that way. And because there were some people that recently requested, I started selling merch. So if you guys want to, buy a t-shirt or a sweatshirt or a pint glass, have at it. That's also linked in the description below. Anyway, with that, I will add my guest. Hello, Mr. The Quartering. How are you?
How are you? I'm sorry I am late. I was
That's okay.
yeah, it was a very late night. And I'm still recovering a little bit, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, I'm sure there were probably a lot of people celebrating.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I'm really happy that you're here. I'm very honored to have you, and of course we met over the Nick Rekieta stream of Wonder, which has been kind of a life changer for me personally. Met a lot of awesome people, a handful of people that I was already streaming with, but you were one of the people that I got to meet. So I'm very happy to have you here.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here. I mean, it's definitely way better than laying in bed right now with the covers over my head.
Well, we'll try to I don't know
okay.
I don't know if there's a hangover in there, but if there is, we'll try to make that as easy as possible. So let me so I've seen, so before we really get into it, I see that there's a few super chats, so I just want to address those really quick before they escape me. Mike the Viking says hashtag help Kyle Sue. So that is a possibility. Alan Robertson says, I love you so much. Thank you very much. Pico Warps, Nick went over the jury's final filing. Are you going to touch on them? The order they decided not guilty was shocking. I don't actually have the copy of the filing in front of me. But I mean, yeah, it was, we were all obviously on pins and needles about that verdict. I personally thought that it was going to be a hung jury. Because of all of the uncertainty that was going on. But also before that, there was also a super chat from Ben Newman. Thanks for the coverage. Russ Man, thank you so much for your super chat. Thanks, Socrates says red and white pills in every stocking this year. So thank you. Thank you so much. So anyway, I know that there already were a few questions on in the chat early on. I kind of was browsing here and there, and I saw that some people were like, this is a legal channel. Why do you have the quartering here? He's not a lawyer. Like, what are you doing? And I want to address that first off, because the main mission of this channel is to, I always say, welcome to Legalbytes, where we explain the law one bite at a time. It's because I want to make law as accessible as possible to people of all stripes. And so talking about the law with lawyers is helpful, but it's also very helpful to talk about it with non-lawyers, non-practitioners, because the law obviously affects every single one of us. So helping or talking with people that are, normal people that aren't, weird robot brains that are just looking at statutes all day is also helpful to make sure that, you know, the way that you're dialoguing is helpful. So,
Well,
and of course, you being a Wisconsinite is super
mm,
helpful for this case.
I'm also a practicing and quite successful jury uh, uh, consultant in the Midwest.
Very, very true. Very true. Yes, you were very, very insightful on Nick's stream the other night when all of us were just completely doom pilled, right? Just sort of living with our big pile of black pills, figuring that this was not going to end well, that the jury was probably, you know, haggling between different causes of action, different charges, and trying to figure out like what was, you know, what was going to happen. None of us were really looking at it with I mean, it was really the opposite of rose tinted glasses, right?
Yeah.
But then you came in and you were like, hey, it's actually not as bad as you think it is. And that was
Yeah.
super helpful. So let's talk about it. Let's talk
Mhm.
about the case and some of the public perception of the case and the verdict afterwards. Like that's been really interesting to watch.
Mm.
Um, and
Coincidentally, I'd like to point out pretty quiet in Kenosha. I mean, it probably has
yeah,
nothing to do with the National Guard that was there. That, you know, if my loser governor would have done it in the first place, everyone would probably still be alive. But I mean, I don't want to bring that up.
yeah. I mean, that is the thing that was it's always a thorny issue when people are protesting the police, right? Because it's like the police are then supposed to provide security for protesters. And then if there's you know, if there's a decision to pull back the police during that time, obviously that increases the likelihood that something bad is going to happen. And that definitely is something that happened in Kenosha on that night and you know, in a lot of different cities across that summer.
Well, imagine being surprised when you announce the fact that, hey, we're not going to do anything if you act up. Come on over. And, you know,
Yeah.
and we saw that extend for how many months in Chaz, in their little autonomous zone. You know, Kenosha. 2 of the 3 people so far who have been arrested are from, shockingly, they cross state lines to be
Yeah.
here. You know, and one from Kentucky, the last guy last night. So, you know, it's been very helpful that these things are being reported, because hopefully more and more people are saying like, yeah, wait a minute, what is this dude doing here from Kentucky? Does he really care about this case? No, of course not. He's just a piece of garbage who got the green light to be a piece of garbage, and that's what pieces of garbage do.
Yeah, yeah. And the thing on this case is that like I really liked the statements that that Kyle Rittenhouse's attorney made after the verdict. You know, he went out to the media and answered a bunch of questions and somebody, I think somebody asked him about like, you know, did you think about the greater significance of this case when you were preparing for trial and going through trial? And his answer was something along the lines of like, no, this is a case. This is a lawsuit, you know, a criminal lawsuit that I treated as a criminal lawsuit. I mean,
Mhm.
it's like for him, it was like any other case, any other day, and not a political issue. And that's exactly
Do you
how
believe that? Do you believe he was telling the truth?
I mean, he
I
seemed pretty sincere, I
Yeah.
think. I
It'd be
mean,
really
because it's
hard to not understand that this would be like a landmark self-defense case, you know?
I mean,
Yeah.
because if you look at it from like a as far as legal precedent is concerned, I know that there's a lot of commentary on that too. But if you look at it from like a realist, like a from a lawyer's perspective, like when you're looking at what kind of cases actually bring real legal precedent, this is coming out of a trial court, so not in appellate court or Supreme Court or anything
True.
like that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so it doesn't have any kind of binding authority on any other case, really. So
Mm.
as far as like strictly precedential value, it doesn't actually have that. It really just has it really for I think that the public conversation, the political conversation that we're having around these kinds of topics. So,
Well, that
but
makes sense then, I suppose. That's why I'm not a lawyer. Yeah. Yeah.
I yeah, but yeah, I mean it is an important case to a lot of people because especially because like I mean, on the other hand, you could say that the prosecution in this case was, I mean, in my personal opinion, I think they were very dirty. I think they made some very, very dirty moves. They did a lot of things that they should not have done at the very least. Um, when it came down to Kyle's constitutional rights under the Fifth Amendment, for example, you know, or the Brady violations is another thing. Like the prosecution is supposed to hand over any kind of evidence that they get that is potentially exculpatory to the opposing side, so that he can properly defend it or properly use it for his case. And so that was the drone film footage that came out in this case. It looked like it was not great for this for in terms of prosecutorial misconduct.
But how about the extreme likelihood that they knew who Jump Kick Man was, and just lied?
Yeah.
If he really did ask for immunity, which is being reported in one place, and then how that goes, so then it becomes reported everywhere, and then it becomes fact. But if he really did, I feel like that would be very bad. For the prosecution.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. No, I agree. So let me get a couple super chats in here. Jeremy was right. I think we all have a lot of coastal bias when analyzing this whole thing and the jury. That's right on point with one of the topics that I wanted to talk about, which is the fact that this case is has gotten a lot of national attention, obviously, even some international attention. I've seen a lot of comments from people that are, in Europe and in other parts of the world, kind of looking at this case and with a lot of interest. But obviously our national media has really kind of, for lack of a better word, trumped our local media. It used to be the case where you could get a local news station and get a very local flavor of things that are going on, but it seems like everything has kind of been homogenized, and it looks like that's probably homogenized towards the coasts. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Well, even the local media has become that way. So we have our local journal, right? And they put out a big think piece, I think on day 2 of the deliberations, that read something like, why Kyle Rittenhouse is totally not a hero. And it was like something like you would read in the New York Times. And so even that local color is kind of getting washed out, which is, part of the reason that, I read my city newspaper, because it is generally unbiased and just trying to inform. But then once you get into larger publications, which are dying, a slow, painful death, that it becomes like this game of where the reporters, the journalists, they're all just trying to get on their next gig. They're trying to, use that same national flavor, and it becomes irrelevant.
Right. And as far as like, what we were trying to do on Rekida's live stream over the last couple of weeks, there were a number of things that we were doing, obviously analyzing the law, trying to sort of educate people on what was happening. But one of the things that we were trying to do is to sort of get a feel of who the jury was, and what kind of ways that they might be deciding, what their biases might be. And I think you had a lot of really interesting input as a local person who's, from not far from there, that we really can't get by checking out the news, because of exactly that reason, that it is kind of a bi-coastal homogenized flavor for the most part. So I don't know if you have anything you want to say.
Sure. I mean, I feel, I felt confident at the time, and in that the people here in Wisconsin, there are a lot of Democrats here, but they're not the same kind of Democrats that are in New York or California. They would be called Republicans there. A lot of our Democrats here are like union guys and gals, and, old time Reagan era, Kennedy era Democrats. And the idea that, how we view, for example, I don't think that jury was shaking in their boots, even though Binger kept saying AR-15. Now, that might have hit different on the coasts, but everyone has AR-15s here. Like, I mean, they're a part of anybody who has more than one weapon probably has an AR-15 in the state, who hunts or who is a sports shooter. So like the idea that saying AR-15 over and over again was going to scare them, he clearly thought so. But I was not impressed by it. And, the other thing is that self-defense in this state is less political than it looked when you watched the trial. The fact that charges were even brought, in my opinion, was a purely political purely politically motivated, which was the real tragedy. And the evidence never really changed. The video, these independent journalists are the reason that Kyle's probably out free. Because if they didn't have that, if they couldn't paint that scene of chaos and fear, all you'd have is, two dead people and one dude with a arm blown off. And it would have been very difficult to recreate that. But I think when, the people of Wisconsin watch that clip, that's not something that we see every day here. And, I never felt like people didn't think he was just. I never, ever once ran into a single person that thought he wasn't completely justified in the entire whatever year that went through it. So I just couldn't wrap my head around the guilty or the jury ever convicting him.
Yeah, that's interesting because that's obviously not what you would think based on what was being reported, right? Because it seemed like there's obviously like if you just look at the protests now, a lot of people were coming from across state lines, which is kind of the irony of this case that was that they were saying about Kyle, he crossed state lines, to go to Kenosha, because he's from Illinois, even though he realistically has a lot of very close ties. His dad lives in Kenosha, his grandmother lives in Kenosha, he works in Kenosha, so and he lives
that's another thing,
20 minutes away. People
here know how far Antioch is from Kenosha, and so that was another dead point. It wasn't like if you live in so I live in southeastern Wisconsin, about 20 minutes away from Kenosha. It's totally not uncommon for me to go to Illinois, northern Illinois, like all the time. There's a huge Gurney Mills Mall there that you go to. There's Great America. A lot of people in Wisconsin travel across that border constantly. And we know where Antioch is. And it's not like, it was from Portland or Miami. The idea, like in the Midwest, distances are shrunk in our minds because we do so much driving. Like an hour and a half drive, 2 hour drive is not a big deal. There are people that do that every day to drive to work. So when people say it's from Antioch, nobody cared. The other thing was when you looked at the destruction, we don't have those kind of weirdo leftists who thought, who don't disavow and say, well, I understand why people might want to do that. No, like Kenosha is an important city in this state. And there was, I never ran into anybody who thought like, wow, that was probably, I understand why they did it. No, everyone thought it was like a bunch of animals being garbage and destroying local businesses. We're still a very local business supporting state in a lot of ways. Small town. A lot of us live in small towns. So it's, if you live in downtown Milwaukee and, you hear about a homicide, okay, it's not uncommon there, sadly. But if you live anywhere else, it's it's extremely rare. So these people were not desensitized to that level of barbarity from the people who are burning stuff down or, watching people. There wasn't a single old lady who didn't think that guy with the skateboard was trying to kill him. You know what I mean? Like so it's just not something that we see very often here that you might see in Chicago. How many? They have, I don't know, more than their double-digit shootings every weekend in Chicago. That stuff doesn't happen here.
Yeah. No, and that's a very good bit of insight. Because again, you wouldn't know that if you weren't from the area. For me, coming from, I grew up in Southern California, where I think a 20-minute drive is also a very short distance, but also the state is ginormous, so it takes hours to get out of the state. So it's like,
Right.
so
It's like 9 hours from tip to tip or something like that with no traffic or something. It's a long drive.
Yeah, something like that to get to San Francisco, like assuming you don't have traffic, which I mean, when is there not traffic, especially going, going through places like LA, San Diego, San Francisco, like there's always traffic. So it's never going to be the ideal time to be driving through any of those parts. So it's going to be even longer. But yeah, it's that's something that like my friends who grew up on the East Coast and who I've met over the years, like in college and whatnot, anytime that I would be visiting them on the East Coast, or actually not visiting them, and I have like other business that's in the next state over, and I would just assume like, oh, I there's no way that I can meet up with them. Like I wouldn't even think about it because they're not in the same state. Then they would give me so much hell because they would be like, I'm actually not that far from you. You should have told me.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
so yeah. So but the local gun culture, I think, is also something that I don't really it's one thing that I often wonder into all of these attorneys' thought processes on both sides of this case. But coming from the prosecution, I would think that they would understand that, especially when I came across information on the jury that I think most, if not all of them, had shot a firearm at some point in their life, and like either they were hunters themselves, or like they had someone in their family that like regularly went hunting. And so it's like
basically true of everybody in the state outside of maybe the city, Milwaukee.
Yeah. So it's one of those things that like I often wonder, like, when you think about the wisdom of the decision making, and obviously, we talked about this a lot on Nick Ricada's stream. We tried to mention it whenever we could, like we are not the ones that are actually like down in the the Gladiators stadium duking it out. Like we are just sitting on the sidelines very comfortably commenting on this, and trying to explain things for people. So we can very easily point at the things that they're doing and say that may not be right, and not have very many consequences other than other people commenting on us maybe and saying, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. The whole angle that Binger took too with the intimidation of the AR-15. So people are less scared of a long rifle than they are of a handgun, period.
That's interesting.
We see them everywhere all the time.
Why is that? Is it just because people use them more for hunting, or?
Yeah, because we hunt with them. So, you wouldn't normally hunt with an AR-15, but most people that hunt might use a 30-06, which is another long rifle. You can certainly hunt with an AR-15 if that's what you want, but like we're not scared of them. People see a shotgun and they're like, oh, they don't like say, oh, heavens to Betsy. It's like, oh, there's a shotgun. Everyone has, like you said, everyone has hunted, or knows somebody who does. My experience with people is when they see, like, if they come over and, this is before I lost all of my guns in a tragic boating accident. But before that, when people would come over and, see the things they had, the reaction was never to be scared. It was always like, whoa, like, can I hold it? And so there's, and these are not even necessarily people that are interested in sport shooting or something like that, which is, people love doing that here. So I think, not that there were some people on the jury that had never even seen one, and, Binger pointing it at the courtroom and waving it around, maybe intimidated somebody. But, I'm sure that there was many more on that jury that didn't care.
Yeah. No, I think so. And it's funny because it's like, it seems like anytime there's any kind of like young dude plus violence involved, whether there's a firearm or not, it seems like video games always come up. That's always like the pleasant scapegoat, right? Like there was some politician, I don't know how many months ago, who also like tried to introduce some sort of legislation in Illinois or something like that recently, talking about like Grand Theft Auto and how it's causing people to, go
Who's
into
the original
carjacking.
guy? The original guy was what was his name? Chad will probably know it. But yeah. every few years you get some idiot that does that. What's great about it is people are, Kyle's response was amazing. Like, sir, that's a video game. Like, there's no way that didn't, like, Jack Thompson. Thank you, chat. Yeah.
Okay.
But there's no way that there weren't people in the jury that were like, like that.
Yeah,
even
for sure.
because today's 40-year-olds, this is like, seems like a obvious statement to say like water is wet, but today's 40-year-olds, old people, we grew up playing these games. So, and we're the ones that are getting on these juries now. You don't see a lot of 18-year-olds, stuff like that. So like there are people in their 50s now that grew up playing Doom and Wolfenstein, and that's going to fall epically flat on them. When you try to say, you were out there trying to play video games, weren't you? Weren't you trying to play Call of Duty in real life? Yeah. That was I think an epic fail from Binger, one of many.
Yeah. And it's like, it's one of those, and I've done some videos on video games too. And I know you have as well. We could totally do a side conversation about the Activision Blizzard scandal that's going on, which seems to be getting worse and worse by the day.
Yeah. And it's funny how many lawyers are contacting me who are cooking up these class action lawsuits asking for my sources and stuff like that.
Interesting.
Because it is spicy, because if he knew, they'll lose that lawsuit because the money these investors lost, like, and if they can prove that he knew, and I strongly suspect based on what employees have told me, it's going to be a big one.
Yeah. And so for anyone that's watching that isn't familiar with what we're talking about, so Activision Blizzard, which is one of the biggest video game companies or studios or whatever. So they I always knew of them because they have their headquarters in Irvine, which is not far from where I grew up. Yeah. Or one of their headquarters, I guess. So they've been long in the hot seat with the way that they treat their employees and have their labor relations. And yes, exactly. Workplace culture has been a very hot topic for a long time. And so there was the state of California, the Department of Fair Employment and Housing filed a not a class action. It's kind of like a class action case, basically alleging all kinds of crazy allegations about cube crawls where men were drinking at work and going from cubicle to cubicle, commenting on women and harassing women and all that kind of stuff. That sounds outrageous, but it's kind of like one of the lesser outrageous things going on there, I guess. According to the allegations, right? But the story's just been getting crazier since then. And now the CEO, Bobby Kotick, there was an article that came out that said that that apparently he knew about all of these issues and never did anything about it. And that, I agree, that's a huge deal, because not just for the civil lawsuits having to do with harassment themselves, but now he's also got a breach of fiduciary duty.
That's going to be the big one.
Investors are going to be pissed.
And their stock is, they've lost billions in market cap this year. And it just continues to go down. And that's where the big lawsuits will come. And like, and that'll be ultimately what leads to his termination, not the him being overpaid or, people forget this too. So I've worked in tech. I worked in tech my whole life until I started YouTubing, really. This kind of stuff at work. So I worked in an office that was all young. We all made for Wisconsin, this is good money. Like, everyone made six figures. Everyone work hard, play hard, and everybody was sleeping with everybody. This is just the way it was. Like, people weren't exactly little person tossing and doing lines off the urinals, but like, tech culture is wild. Like, I had a wife at the time, and so it wasn't like it was a grounding thing for me, so I never got in any trouble, but I could see it all around. Now, what happened at Blizzard, I think that, these shareholders essentially are saying, just to add to it, they're essentially saying, like, bro, if you knew about this and you didn't tell us and allow us to pull our money out, and now it came out, and now our stock was worth, it was like $80 a share, now it's $50 a share, and I lost $100 million.
Yeah.
That's where they're stacking up these huge numbers. And I'm sure there are like buying groups like teachers unions and 401ks that have hundreds of millions of dollars in there that is now worth half as much as it was because of it. So I think he'll lose that. Or Activision, well, he's probably not actually named in it. Activision probably is, but maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I see in the chat that people are excited about seeing the doggo. This is Indy, by the way. I didn't really have much of a chance on Ricada's stream because I didn't want to like interrupt like 8 other people to talk about my dog and my cat.
My dog's name is Indy. He's right here.
Oh, really? Oh, what a cutie.
He passed away. He was 14, so great life. But that was his name. But was
he also named after Indiana Jones?
No, he was named for independent, like INDIE,
okay.
like indie music, like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
At least you didn't say. Is it after the Indianapolis 500, which is what everybody always said? And I was like, no.
Yeah, I don't have enough ties to Indiana for that to be my assumption.
Yeah,
although I do have some ties to Indiana. But yeah, so that's fun. Yeah, because I saw on your Twitter profile that you have cats and dogs also.
I have 5 cats and 2 dogs.
Holy cow, that's a lot of cats. That's awesome. So you have more of a zoo. I always say that I have a zoo. You have more of a zoo than I do.
Well, I have two of the cats are fosters, but I've had them for 3 years, so it's probably I say they're fosters to avoid the crazy cat lady comparisons, but they really are not going anywhere. So that was what happened with our second cat. I was out for a run with Indy, and there was this kind of like area that's sort of under construction, and I found this. It was kind of a warm morning already. It was going to be a hot day, and Indy was the one that actually found her, but just this tiny little kitten that was all by herself and looked very underfed. Anyway, it turns out she had all kinds of issues, like two broken bones in her leg, a broken pelvis, like super dehydrated, fleas, of course. But anyway, so I did not tell Mr. Bites what I was doing when I was doing it, but when I came home, he was already home and was wondering why I was gone for so long. And all I said, I had this like bag, and I was like, we don't have to keep it. I promise we're not going to keep it. And that ended up obviously not panning out because we kept her. Yeah. Nobody returns fosters, not cats. They're
yeah. So, but yeah. So anywho, yeah, that's all fun stuff. Talking about video games and whatnot. And I know that you also talk a lot about things going on in the entertainment industry at large, movies and all that kind of fun stuff. So
yeah, it's fun that I've got some fun stuff today. The salt, I really mine salt for a living, and the salt from Hollywood on this has been amazing. And it's interesting. A lot of people. One of my most annoying, frustrating things is with Kenosha in general is a lot of these like rich blue check marks on Twitter are calling for violence. Burn it down and from the safety of their gated communities. It's like I always point out to the Patricia Cullors. She got paid, and where'd she move? To a neighborhood that was 99% white in a gated upper class community in California. So like she's like was the leader of BLM before everyone realized it was a grift. She bought like all these houses. So it's like these people who are activists and who are riling everybody up, they don't even live in those neighborhoods. They don't want to live in those neighborhoods because the second they get enough money to move out, they always do. And then you have these, Hollywood people, a Disney actress, last night was calling for, burn it down, no justice, no peace. And then they get these idiots. Which
one was it?
This one was, I got it right here. She was a Disney actress on She-Ra, which is not the original good She-Ra, but the new abomination She-Ra on Netflix. And she is just calling for outright violence. Kenosha needs to burn, blah, 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 blah.
Wow.
And it's like, you put this stuff out on Twitter, And there's no, and then the way that these fans work, they're like, oh yeah, okay, maybe she'll appreciate me if I do this, or if I say this, or if I follow through on what she wants.
Yeah.
Here it is. Um,
And that's something that's like that's even more egregious when the person it has actually has no ties to the city that they're advocating destruction of. Because
yeah,
like
well, and they write
it
vague stuff, burn it all down. Okay, well, what does
yeah,
that mean? What does it mean? Um,
yeah,
Coastal elite, you know,
yeah.
um, maybe we should have a demonstration in your city. Person is Almi Carrero. She plays She-Ra on Netflix, Eleanor of Avier on Disney Plus. Um, Pronouns in the bio, and it's funny watching all these idiots. It's like the walking. Tell me you didn't watch the trial without saying you didn't watch the trial meme, where all these people are just so outraged that a kid who was clearly innocent and never should have been charged in the first place was acquitted.
Yeah. And that's something that's another thing that I've been really thinking about quite a bit is that there's just a massive disparity between people who have, you know, the different opinions on whether or not he should have been acquitted or found guilty. You know, it really comes down to where people have gotten their information. The people
Mhm.
that watched the full trial, that watched all of the video footage, that watched the testimony of Gage Grosskreutz, you know, and the guys that own Car Source and all of these other witnesses, you know, the people that actually watched it. I mean, you have to come away from it. I don't see anyone reasonably looking at all of that evidence and saying, yeah, he should rot in jail for the rest of his life
Yeah.
because, you know, it wasn't self-defense. But, you know, but at the same time, for the normal people that aren't able to dedicate a lot of time to watching a full day's worth of trial for 2 weeks, you know, that's just not realistic for a lot of people. It's such a shame that
Then you
that
should shut your mouth about it then. I
well, but
mean,
it's
like
but
not you,
I
but
also well, yeah. No, but I also understand the thought process that they think that they're informed because they've been reading about it in the news, right? Because,
right, right.
you know, for a lot of people, there's still a perception that why would the news lie to me? You know, like why would they lie about the facts? Why would they lie about, you know, about the why would PolitiFact, for example, lie about the fact that they said that, you know, or they said that it was a false statement when someone said that Kyle was perfectly legal in holding
Yeah.
the or carrying the rifle that he was carrying. You know, and they
Why? Why
doubled
did?
down on it.
Yeah. Why did Merriam-Webster, a dictionary company, tweet out the definition of crocodile tears the day that Kyle had a hyperventilation attack on the stand? Like,
Yeah.
here's a quote from Trevor Noah, who is on my top 5 most hated list, late night TV shows. Quote, nobody drives into a city with guns because they love someone else's businesses that much. That's BS. No one has ever thought that. It's my solemn duty to pick up a rifle and protect that TJ Maxx. Of course, this is all just gaslighting, right?
Yeah.
They do it because they're hoping to shoot somebody.
Which I mean, if you if
Are
you
we not
if you
allowed to
actually
carry
watch
weapons?
testimony, if you actually watch the testimony, you can read all of that and think about Gage Groskowitz
Right.
because
Exactly.
he was carrying a pistol and he was
Yeah.
actually and he admitted on the stand that he was aiming it at, you know, at Kyle Rittenhouse
$10 million
shortly
mistake,
before.
which was so
Yes.
great. The money just
Yes.
evaporated, you know.
Yeah.
And his verified Twitter account just came. Did you see that? Um, his
Oh, he
verified
changed his
Twitter account.
name. Right. Oh, he's
Yeah,
verified now?
no, no, I'm sorry. It's verified to be his. It's
Oh,
not.
okay.
But he was
I
tweeting.
thought he got a blue check mark out of this.
Of course I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will. And I'm sure he'll be a big gun control activist now or whatever, and he'll get a grift going that way. But I think Andy No pointed out some tweets too where he was like basically alluding to he's like Antifa's on the scene now, boys. Like he was being more of a cowboy than Kyle ever was. He was out
Yeah.
there not washing graffiti. He was out there to be a big boy.
Yeah. And the thing is like what's so unfortunate is that I mean, especially because like for what's so frustrating for me personally, because I'm, you know, especially what I'm trying to do with this channel is to make the law so that people can understand it and they can apply it properly. And because, when you run into the law, you want to know how to behave, how to approach it in order to move on from it, live your life in a good way. And so a lot of the commentary that I try to give is I try to be as informative as possible. And when people are listening to these kind of people, like these blue check mobs, they're listening to the wrong people, because they're listening to people that obviously did not watch the trial, that obviously did not see the video footage, which is out there. Like, it's not like
Has
it's
been
a
since day
mystery.
one. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's I can't believe how many people still are under the impression to this day, after he's been acquitted, that believe that Kyle Rittenhouse shot a single Black person, which he didn't.
Everyone's, yeah. I mean, there are lots of people, specifically on Twitter, that thought he shot Black people, period. Like, that's what I mean. And why is BLM there? The insanity around, this incitement of people on Twitter, I think really comes from that Kyle was never, it was never the state versus Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle was always a surrogate. For some people, he was evil white people. For other people, he was Donald Trump. He was never viewed by these people as a kid who was defending himself, because it's very obvious in the way that they represent the case. Like posting as fact that he's like a murderer or something like that tells me you never cared about the facts of the case and that you just want to own the conservatives. There are so many people, and by the way, this happens the other way too, which is equally cringe. Like, I'm going to buy this brand of beans to own the libs. I don't like that stuff either.
Yeah.
And then there's also the same thing with all the blue check marks, which tend to be very liberal, viewing this as owning the conservatives, or it's a gun control issue, or it was never about the facts of the case for these people, which was the most maddening part of trying to have a conversation with any of them. I had a lawyer last night pop on my feed, and then I quote tweeted her, and then she blocked me immediately, but saying,
Ooh, God bless you.
yeah. The saying, like, just giving me the he crossed state lines, he murdered people, and she's like, I passed 2 bars and whatever. I'm like, what? Then you're like literally not. Well, it's just like short circuit trying to talk to some of these people. So, it's good to limit your interactions with them too, because they're never in good faith.
Yeah, which I mean, and that's the challenge, right? Is that I never want to find myself in any kind of a silo on any kind of issue, or overall. So it's like I want to be able to confront people, and I want to be able to talk to people. But I mean, already when I hopped onto Facebook earlier, and I see people that I know from childhood, people that I otherwise very much respect, that were led to believe that this was a terrible verdict because of whatever information that they got on it. And it's so unfortunate, but it's also so exhausting to try to
minds.
Of course. That's true. But I will say that there also were quite a few people from both sides of the political spectrum that did look at this case, and when confronted with the evidence, when confronted with the video footage, that actually did change their mind about it. And they I had some people that reached out to me that said, going into this case, I totally thought he was a murderer, and now I see that it 100% was self-defense, and I'm wondering why this case was brought.
Well, that's why, what you guys are doing is so important. That's why your channel's so important. Independent media, I talked about this, I think, on either on the big stream or on Joe's stream. There were 120,000 people watching your guys' stream, which is amazing. And for me as a fellow content creator, it's easy to be like, dang, those are some sweet numbers. But what it really means is that 120,000 people turned off CNN and started watching it on YouTube. And yes, a lot of them were people that already consumed independent media, but there was a lot more than that, because you could just tell based on who is in chat and like active chatters versus the number of people in there. Like, I've been doing this long enough that I can recognize usernames and avatars of people that are in my live streams or on Nick's live stream because we share a lot of subscribers. There
Mhm.
were clearly tens of thousands of people who just had it on and weren't participating in chat, and just consuming it. And I am. It would be highly unlikely that many of those weren't just regular normies who are getting actual. I hate saying red pilled these days, but like they were getting exposed to, media bias, which is the real fight. I think, which is what drives me to make 10 videos a day, is that these people are seeing in real time, and then they're flipping over to CNN and being like, "What?" Like that's a W. That's
Yeah.
everybody. Every person that does that is a huge victory for truth.
Yeah. Which I think that the rise of those kinds of channels and those kinds of I guess information sources that are not the legacy media, mainstream media, how corporate media, however you want to call it. That's there's a clear indication, or there are probably a number of indications that those are actually doing quite well, and that's things like the YouTube dislike button, the fact that they recently
Mhm.
got rid of that. I mean, I'm curious on your thoughts, but I know mine. That probably only serves to help uh, channels like CNN and Fox News and all these other channels
The
that
White House's channel, Disney.
yeah,
It's
the
a
ones that
corporate
are
decision. Yeah.
routinely at like a 25% dislike
Yep.
ratio. Um,
The most insulting part of it is that they tried to say this was to help small creators. That was the part that really pissed me off, because
right.
it's like, bro, you know what small creators want? How about a chance to appear in the search results? Like,
Yeah.
go ahead, and if you search like any one of our channels and Kyle's name, you're not seeing even the channel you're searching for. But then you're going to see CNN, Fox News getting taken priority, which is garbage. Like any smaller channel would just pray for the chance to show up in the search results. They don't care about getting a few dislikes. That was one of the most like frustrating lies, just outright lies that YouTube's ever told.
And he's even not even necessarily like the tiny ones, right? Like Nick Rekieta's channel, who he's got over 300,000 now. He started off a couple weeks ago at like 160 or something. Like,
Yeah,
so I
yeah.
mean, his growth has been like amazing and well deserved. He's a very hard worker, and he puts out great content. I know it's not for everyone because so he's less polite than me.
He's a little spicy. He's a little edgy boy. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, a
yeah.
little edgy, a little spicy.
Mhm.
But yeah, so but even his channel when he was around like 250,000, 300,000, people were saying I'm looking for the live stream on YouTube and I'm not finding it. I'm
Right.
finding other people's live streams and I'm searching for Rekieta Law. Like, how is
Mhm.
this happening?
That was
So
happening on my mobile device. I tried to pull it up. I went right to Nick's channel and it wasn't even showing up.
yeah.
This is not a glitch. You know what I mean? Like, so the idea that Nick would ever, I mean, statistically, Nick was a smaller channel. You think he gives a dang about a few dislikes? No, nobody does. We want to grow. We want to grow our audiences. Removing the dislike button does nothing.
Right. And that's the thing too, is that the anyone that understands the how to feed the YouTube algorithm, that whether it's a dislike or a like, that just hitting that button is engagement.
It's an
And so
interaction. Yep.
it's an interaction, any kind of a like, dislike, a comment, people in the chat, all of those things, a share, clicking through some other link to get there, like all of those are data points that are picked up by YouTube, and they
Mhm.
all kind of help to feed the algorithm. And so on that note, if you guys are watching right now and you want to like the video,
Probably a good idea to do that. Yeah. Yeah.
um I had to slide that in. But yeah, but that's the thing, you're right. It is insulting because anyone that is a small content creator that has done their homework on the things that they need to do to sort of to grow their channel and to increase their engagement, they know, like, I don't care about the dislike button. Like, of course, like it's nice when more people like it than dislike it. Generally speaking, I like to see that, but at the end of the day, that's not what matters most to me.
No, it's the same. It's the same misnomer that subscribers matter. They don't. Views matter. Like you
Yeah.
could have. There are plenty of dead channels that have 5 million subscribers, like Boogie's channel. No disrespect, but the guy's got millions of subs and he can't even break 20,000 views. Do you think he would prefer to have millions of views and tens of thousands of subs? Like there's stuff that corporations at YouTube make as decisions, and it's like clear they've never run a YouTube channel. The idea that you're protecting somebody from dislike brigading. Well, if a video has 50,000 likes and only has 25 upvotes and you're hiding the dislikes, I can still pretty much tell you that you got ratioed. Also, all it's going to do is it's going to bring back a whole new wave of clickbait. There's a lot of videos, like how-to videos. Classically, I'll look at like I'm trying to fix something. That's what everyone does now. They just look at a YouTube video. Well,
I learned how to puppy train. I learned how to puppy train a dog for the first time ever by going to YouTube.
And right.
So many things.
And so when you're looking for those videos and it'll be like, I'm looking at raw diet for my dog. And then you open up the video and it's like, 25 likes, 700 dislikes. You're like, skip it. But now if they remove that, it's going to be a whole new world with clickbait because you're not going to be able to immediately know.
Right. And that's the other thing is that it does a disservice to the viewer because I mean, how do you know about the quality of that video before you actually click into it and then spend some time paying attention to it, watching it, and you've already wasted maybe a few minutes before you click out and try to find something else. It's a huge disservice to the viewer.
Yeah. Has nothing to do with it's really about protecting Disney from getting embarrassed when they put out previews for movies like Sneakerella, which is a retelling of the classic Cinderella tale. Only this time, it's a young black man, coincidentally, designing sneakers written by a white woman. So, like, casual racism much? Like, it's like, why don't you just have them selling grape soda and chicken, too? Like, it was one of the most, like, ridiculous and of course it got crushed. It had probably 1,000 to 1 dislike to like ratio, and it's insane. And now you don't get to see that. And by the way, you can buy likes. You ever wonder why a Marvel trailer comes out and has 100,000 likes in like an hour?
I had never realized that.
Yeah, there's like bots all over the place, and you can, you can get them quickly and add it on. And by the time anyone notices, it won't matter. YouTube will generally remove them, but like weeks later, so it won't even matter. So yeah, this is just bad on top of bad, but they don't care because the White House account somebody at the White House account probably complained. The thing is, we've always had. Sorry, you kind of triggered me, but we've always had the ability to remove the like and dislike. It's always been an option for creators. So if you're worried about getting dislike brigaded, you turn it off. And the idea that we needed YouTube to do it is just a lie. All right, end rant.
No, but I do agree. I do agree. I think the whole justification for that is BS, quite honestly. And as content creators, we can see right through that. People in the general public, maybe not, but it is one of those points that for people like us, that gets a little salty. So, but yeah.
You want to read some of your
That's a good
chats?
point. Yeah. I'm a little bit behind on these super chats. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Let's see. So this one actually, it's good to see you. I'm glad to see a Wisconsin lawyer because I have a question about a minor weapon statute. I am not a Wisconsin lawyer, and neither is Jeremy.
Neither
actually.
am I. Yeah,
are all minors allowed long guns over 16 inches? So,
that's a statute question.
Yeah. If you're referring to the statute that they initially charged Kyle Rittenhouse with, so the interpretation of the statute that many of us on Recada's stream had, and then that was ultimately followed by the court, was that there were two situations in which a minor could be found illegally possessing a firearm. One of those was, I believe, being under 16 and not having a hunting license and taking it hunting. And then the other one was, as a minor, having a rifle that is below a certain length, where the barrel is below a certain
16
length.
or longer than 24, I think it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
Not legal
Something.
advice, but as a
Right.
resident, that's how I interpret the law from being a youngin. It's essentially,
Yeah.
you can't have a sawed-off shotgun and you can't have a 50 caliber rifle, but you can have a
Right.
hunting rifle, which encapsulates several different.
Yeah, and that appears to be the interpretation that Judge Schrader took in this particular case. I would have hoped that he would have taken that interpretation sooner in the case, because when it comes to certain standards of review as you get closer to trial, there's all kinds of, when somebody first files a lawsuit, there's a very low standard that the person filing it has to meet in order for their claim to survive and move forward. So you can go into discovery and get all kinds of information from one another. And then as you get closer to trial, usually the standard gets a bit higher. So the defense can come back after, everybody has exchanged evidence on everything, that the defendant has multiple opportunities, and the burden for the plaintiff gets a little bit harder each time, but the defendant has multiple opportunities to dismiss the whole case or maybe one or two claims. And in this kind of a case, I'm very surprised at the lower standard that was used going into trial to by the judge, which basically resulted in them keeping this charge, because it doesn't take a jury to measure the length of a gun barrel, and it
They
doesn't
did
take a
remove it
jury.
eventually, but
Yes,
not
just
yeah,
before
into
they went to
trial.
jury, just before
Yeah.
they went into jury deliberation. So it didn't actually go to the jury, but it was something that the prosecution was talking about throughout trial. So it did color the perception of the jury, and that was the big worry by a lot of people, was that they had this idea that Kyle was illegally carrying a firearm that he shouldn't have, and that therefore, because he was illegally carrying it, it was provocation, that he was provoking the violence that started with Rosenbaum chasing him, and after he made threats against his life and all that kind of stuff. Because realistically, the prosecution didn't have any video evidence or any witness testimony that supported the proposition, which is what they started with in trial in their opening statement. They said in their opening statement that Kyle chased Rosenbaum. That is what they said. There was no evidence presented for that. So all they had was this provocation charge, and so that's why the firearm charge.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. The possession charge. That's why that was so important to them, was because it kind of would have, or I guess my guess is that their strategy was that it would have colored the perception of the jury, saying, if he's not allowed to have this firearm anyway, then he's not supposed to be there. He's not supposed to have the firearm. He was obviously provoking people. But I still
Side
have
note. Oh,
a counterpoint to that too.
Okay, I would say side note. There is, in terms of carrying weapons, there is an exception in school zones too. So that is also a thing. I'm sure it's everywhere, but in Wisconsin, it's 1,000 feet from a school zone. So like,
Okay.
even if you live there, you can't be brandishing, which is
That seems to be
unfortunate.
that seems to be a nationwide
Probably
a nationwide rule. Because I think every single school zone that I've ever been around has had that. But even as a in terms of provocation, like, even if we were to assume that he was unlawfully carrying that rifle per that statute, in order for that provocation charge to work, in order for the jury to basically say, okay, Rosenbaum chased Kyle Rittenhouse first, but Kyle Rittenhouse provoked him because he was carrying the rifle. You have to then take the step that Rosenbaum knew that he was illegally carrying that rifle, because how else would he have known to be provoking him? You know what I mean? Like, does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, well, it's the ridiculous claim that by the mere carrying of it, he deserved it. It was really close to if she didn't want to be assaulted, then she should have wore a longer dress,
Yes.
very close to that. That's how it played to me. I was like, are you kidding me? Especially if you look at other states like Kentucky, where it's, I lived there for a while and it's open carry. I carried open there all the time. Does that mean that because I'm open carrying, I have to be subject to getting shot? That's not how it works.
Yeah. Yeah. And I know that for some that are a little bit more squirmy about firearms, that might be a metaphor that makes them uncomfortable. But I mean, realistically, if you're following the logic and you're just applying the same exact logic to another scenario, it fits that metaphor. It fits the metaphor of like, well, she was attacked and so she fought back against him. But then the next question being, well, what did she do to provoke him?
What was she
wearing?
Yeah,
exactly. And I completely agree on that point too. But let's see. I have a whole list of stuff that I wanted to talk about. So the jury, obviously the jury was out for a long time. I mean, did you think that they were going to come back with a verdict on Friday?
Yes, I was 100%. I was 80%.
Okay.
There's 100. There's no way it was going into the weekend. I mean, I was pretty confident the entire time anyway. But yeah, I was, when they left at 4 on Friday, or on Thursday, I was like, okay, somebody just said, give me the night. And, I was definitely sure. And then when it was earlier in the day, I was like, okay, it's a not guilty verdict for sure. So
yeah. I think at that point when it was before lunch and they announced that they were going to be coming back with a verdict, it definitely sounded like it was going to be an acquittal. But I wasn't certain. I mean, I definitely thought I was pretty convinced that it was going to be a hung jury going into trial, looking at the facts.
Yeah.
Because and I'll say this too, I was not like a hashtag free Kyle person, going into trial. I looked at the evidence like maybe a week before and kind of decided he probably was justified, based on what I'm seeing. And then I just became increasingly convinced, more and more so as I was watching trial and reacting to it and commenting on it. And so I guess I could include myself as one of the people that became convinced throughout this process. But where was I going with that?
Well, let me say this. Part of my coverage, part of what my goal was in talking with people was peeling apart. One of the things that I felt was a natural human reaction to this case was thinking, man, he shouldn't have been there. And the word shouldn't is loaded. When I say shouldn't, people, I think from a legal expert, you're like, well, no, he has every right to be there. But
Right.
I think like moms and dads who are on the jury, a lot of people viewed him as their child.
Yeah.
And so for me, it was like separating that, like, I wish he wasn't there.
Yeah.
But we can agree that we wish he wasn't there, but he was still self-defense. Because I think once you could separate those two things, the emotional, like, oh, there's a kid out here with a weapon. Like, yeah, I wish he wasn't there too. Even though he had an acquittal, that guy is going to live with this PTSD for his whole life. And it still cost him a year of his life, probably took years off of his life with the stress. So like, yes, I wish he wasn't there, but he had every right to be there. And then now let's look at the evidence. So I think once you could separate the two, it became super clear.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think that that is a very important point. And especially because it's like when you're talking as a lawyer, it's sometimes, when you have those words that have an overlap, it can be very easy to forget that people have a different kind of interpretation of that word. So the word should, he shouldn't have been there. He should have been there. Did he have a right to be there? It's important to make that distinction for people because, it is totally possible to on the one hand say, he legally had every right to be there. He had just as much of a right to be there as any other person that was there, to include Gage Grosquist, to include Anthony Huber, to include Rosenbaum, all of those people, and all of the other people that were there that night, because really, like, you can't point to any rule saying that he was not supposed to be there because as the court found that the curfew that was in state that night was not legally proper, not legally justified. And so, so it's like you can't say it. And it also didn't make a distinction on any category that would distinguish between him and anyone else that was there. So it's like if he wasn't
Right.
supposed to be there, neither was anyone else.
Right.
So he had literally as much of a legal right to be there as anybody else. But I think that like if you take a step back and you look at it as should someone be there, should someone not be there? Yes, is it irresponsible for a 17-year-old kid to be at a riot with a rifle? Even if he's very well intentioned and he's thinking that he's being an idealist and he's doing something that he feels like is right. It's one of those times where probably as a parent, I don't have kids yet, but at some point I would like them. I've got a lot of nieces and nephews, some of which are around Kyle's age. And I could see having that conversation with some of them saying like, I understand how you feel about this, but now is not the time to be involved in this because this can shatter your life.
You're
So
still putting it
I
up to
completely agree.
a jury of your peers.
Exactly.
Even if I have a lot in my viewership, a lot of idealists who are like, no, he absolutely could and should be there. I'm not going to argue with you on that. I'm just saying, like, as a human,
Yeah.
I wish he wasn't. But
Yeah.
that's where I would take it. I wouldn't go, I don't feel comfortable going any further. But that was I think at the heart of it in the jury. People look at them as, hey, this is my kid, this is my nephew, this is my neighbor kid, and the whole he shouldn't have been there thing, I think, was the biggest smokescreen, the toughest one to get through it. If the cops were there doing their job, he wouldn't have had to be there probably. But
yeah, I definitely agree, and I think yeah, the whole conversation and another point that I've seen people get very hung up on is the perspective that they take when they kind of analyze the situation, because what we are and I've even seen, we were talking about crypto, or not crypto Twitter, sorry. That's another part of Twitter. But are you showing your feet because people are asking
that was for
for
chat?
feet?
Yeah, that was for chat. Yeah.
I appreciate you showing your feet so that I don't have to. People have been asking me for so long to show my feet, and I'm very happy. I do appreciate that. But on law Twitter, because crypto Twitter is another area that I follow. But on law Twitter, people, even then, lawyers taking the wrong perspective when they're analyzing a self-defense case, saying, taking it from the perspective of Gage Groskowitz and Anthony Huber and all this kind of stuff, saying like, well, what if somebody was, saw somebody in a mall that had shot someone and then they tried to take them down, trying to sort of look at it from the perspective of the person that was trying to take down the shooter. But I've had actual conversations with people where it can, and we were kind of talking about this earlier, but it can be hard to sort of reframe someone when they're not used to looking at it from a particular vantage point. But when it comes to a self-defense case, it's an improper analysis to be looking at it from the perspective of the people that are the alleged victims, or if you really want to call them victims, legally in this case. Yeah, in this case, a jury has found that he was acquitted, so that they are legally not victims. But I can see people still being very, using that as a very emotional word. So I can see that. I would personally disagree. But people wanting to look at it from the perspective of those people. But when you're talking about a self-defense claim, you have to be looking at it from the perspective of the person that is in the defense chair, right? Like you have to look at it from the frame of mind of like, what did Kyle Rittenhouse see that night? What did he hear? What did he know? What did he not know? What would a reasonable person in his shoes have believed? Would a reasonable person in his shoes have believed that his life was in danger? And so I think that is the biggest thing that people, I think, have gotten tripped up on. And again, like I get why, because the reporting has framed it that way.
They still have. I still see the MSNBC in full cope calling them wow, we're not going to get any justice for these victims. I was like, look, these cats got lead injections because they asked for it. They weren't the victim of it. And, ultimately, one less pedo. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. My words, not yours.
Right. And that is information that was available to the public, but was not able to be brought into trial
And I think
because
that's
of
fair.
the rules of evidence.
That's fair.
But
Yeah.
right, but it is. I mean, I'm kind of explaining that for people that may be unfamiliar that there was information out there available that Rosenbaum, the first one that was shot, was probably
he was convicted.
yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, like, this isn't alleged, it's
Right.
on his criminal record.
Yeah, exactly. And the same thing with, with Anthony Huber. They got very close to being able to bring in questioning of his great aunt was a witness who testified on the stand. And I personally am very glad that it didn't go there, because I don't think that it would have looked good to a jury for the defense attorney to be kind of grilling a grieving great aunt, regardless of what her son did or who he was, or her nephew did, or who he was. You still have a family member that is grieving the loss of someone, regardless of how strained or complicated the relationship may have been. And that usually just doesn't look good to a jury, or at least I would worry very much that it wouldn't.
Yeah.
But they got very close to being in a position where they could introduce evidence that Huber had was very violent with his family, had abused other, I think
several
siblings,
domestic charges. Yeah.
Yeah, like all kinds of crazy threats, holding people at knife point. All kinds of things like that. So that there is a substantial amount of information out there based on criminal charges that were filed, and not just filed, but had full resolution to show that they were not saints.
This
by
is some
any means.
spectacular lawyer speak I'm witnessing right now. See, I'm not a lawyer, and I can say that they're. I agree that your past sins should not, in very few cases, should they be brought in. It's if they're unrelated. Maybe if you have a history of doing stuff, you probably make a case for it. So we agree, but also, if the jury had known these things about these people, you would have had a day one return. In my opinion,
it probably would have been quite a bit easier.
It would have been,
but there still would have been that social pressure, which I think probably had something to do with that one holdout. Which actually we haven't really talked about that much. At least I think so. There was obviously different pieces of information that we were getting over the 4 days of deliberation, 4 or 5 days. I don't know. It seemed like forever. It was purgatory.
It was Monday afternoon through Friday morning, right?
Okay. Yeah. So about 4 days. We could say 4 days.
Yeah, 4 full. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But it sounded like pretty early on there was one holdout, and then later on it sounded like it was 6 and 6. But
we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah.
Either, right? This is just
there's no way to know, because
we'll know eventually. Because one of these juries is going to write. One or more of them will write a book, guaranteed. And one or more will be on TV in the next week, probably. That's just how it goes with these high profile cases,
It could be. I mean, or it could be the case that maybe because of the apprehension about possible further violence in Kenosha, these jurors may actually really want to lay low.
They do live there. So,
yeah.
That is an important point, but my friend,
maybe until they move.
You're forgetting the call. You're forgetting the call of clout, my friend. They will be on the news. Mark my word. I can go on TV, especially, by the way. Now you're talking, I think what you're saying makes absolute sense in terms of maybe the holdout people, or the people that are squeezy about it. But there's most definitely someone on that jury like me who's like, hell yeah. And they're going to be out there. There's definitely someone that is like, I'll go on Fox News and talk about it. You know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah.
It's just, it always seems to happen,
That's also possible. I have a feeling that it still was one holdout, and we were talking
that
a lot
makes more
about,
sense than 6-6. Now
yes.
We can know for sure it wasn't 6-6 now, because he said that Thursday night, and then Friday they came to. There's no way it was 6-6.
It would have been a much lengthier negotiation, I think, that next day if it was 6 and 6. Um, but oh, and someone in the chat asked, aren't there rules regarding jury members sharing court details? So after a verdict has been reached, you can talk about the case, you can talk about how you reached a decision. And in fact, sometimes or a lot of times in I mean smaller cases that the media never gives a single, care about. There are lawsuits that happen all the time where there's a jury that finds a verdict, and they're able to walk out of the courtroom and actually talk to the attorneys afterwards and ask them questions or give them information on what worked, what didn't work, what they found convincing. And that actually is
I
a
assume
really great
that's
way.
I assume that happens. That lawyers pay for that, I imagine, if they're legally allowed
It's
to.
I mean, I don't know if they're allowed to pay for it, but they afterwards they are allowed to be available, at least from what I have seen in California. They're allowed to talk to them afterwards, and probably not like hunt a juror down. If a juror doesn't want to talk to you, you don't go and pursue them. But if a juror does want to talk to you, that can be very, very valuable information for future performance, for a critique, like even down to I've heard of attorneys talking about the feedback that they got on suits they were wearing, there are all kinds of different things, like thought processes that go into the ways in which somebody presents trial, all the way down to physical appearance.
Well, look at Binger's pins. I guarantee you
Those
that
were
was a
all
conscious
intentionally
decision he
placed.
made. Yep, exactly. That was
They
on purpose, and
Yeah.
the jury noticed it, guaranteed.
Oh, of course, of course. I've known about attorneys that intentionally decided, like defense attorneys that intentionally decided to go wearing some kind of a beat up suit because they knew of a very successful attorney that wore beat up suits and was very successful. Because it kind of also sort of paints them as like I don't really care too much about money, or I'm just here for the just cause or something.
Well,
But
Binger
then
was I was gonna say he was dressed very well. He just looked like a douche, and
that's
that didn't help him. I genuinely like the big boy. He was probably more relatable. He looked Wisconsin AF. Binger looked like a cosmopolitan, like show off that probably didn't. The way he talked also matched it, but he looked. You just look at him. He looks wormy, and that I don't think maybe he could have dressed down and didn't spike his hair up and stuff like that. Maybe it would have worked better for him.
I definitely think that dressing down in his fine suits probably would have helped him out, because of the fact that he
Look at your dog.
She's like, draw me like one of your French dogs.
Yeah.
This is the common pose for her. She's very relaxed right now.
Okay.
Hey, puppy. But the fact that he is there representing the state, he's on a government pay. So there's a very open question of like, how are you paying?
That was
for
an
these
expensive
suits?
suit. That was an expensive suit.
Yeah.
Like I'm not a clothes guy, but that was well tailored and expensive.
Yeah. Yeah. And it looks very nice, but I would expect to see, and I would expect to see a suit like that more on someone like Britney Spears' attorney, for example.
Yeah,
Because that is somebody that is a high-powered attorney. That he's getting paid a lot of money, and it shows success. It evokes this idea that he's making a lot of money because he's damn good at his job. But a prosecutor doesn't have that sort of like image that they need to subjectively show, right? Like they're the state. They, no matter what their win-loss record is, they have their job, and they have, they take their cases.
He should have wore a Carhartt hoodie or something like that'd be like ultimate mind games. But like, I've lived here for 38 years. I've never seen somebody wear a suit that nice in Wisconsin ever. Now, yeah, I'm sure it happens all the time, like in the city, but like maybe just a button down, like something the less big city would have helped him there.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that was another thing, is that, when you look at the ways in which an attorney in trial is going to try to connect with a jury. There, obviously Binger's, lapel pins. He was trying to connect with those sort of subject matter. Like he had a Millennium Falcon. He had like the Rebel
That was so
Alliance. Like
cringe. His
it,
whole Sherlock Holmes one.
yeah,
Easy
it's
Claire.
like he's trying to say like, hey, I'm a nerd. Let's connect. But his otherwise his air, his vibe does not say like, hey, I'm an affable nerd that's just here doing my job. Like
Yeah.
that would have been much more appeasing. But and it could just be that, he's an intelligent guy and he's just used to presenting in a certain way. But I was increasingly irritated watching his performance going throughout this trial because I kept thinking like he sounds like he's talking down to literally everyone in the room. And the
I'd like
same
to see
thing
a
with
different
Rouse.
trial. I wonder if he amped it up because he knew, that it would have all the attention. So he went out and bought himself a fresh new suit, made sure that he was really like, this is a dude that he might have been like, this is my ticket out of this dump. I can get out of here. I'll be a CNN commentator by next week.
It's possible, right? Because, when you look at the OJ Simpson lawyers, a lot of them ended up in all kinds of places. But yeah, it's definitely possible. But then you compare that to Richards and Sheriffisi, and like, we
They were
on
very
Rekida's screen,
Wisconsin,
they were
I will
very
say.
Wisconsin.
Yep,
Yeah,
yeah.
like I say that not being from Wisconsin, like I can tell that.
I've met guys like that a ton at the bar. You know what I mean? Like guys like him that they're everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, like we would tease every time he said the word havoc, like
Yeah.
like it
Glock,
was, but
havoc.
yeah, but it was one of those things that me being an outsider from that community, I found it endearing. And I'm sure that, the jury members there were probably just like, well, he's like us,
Look at his
he's
closing
just...
argument where he's like, come on, like, or what, like that hits though. You know what I mean? Like, versus like basically like what you would do at the pub or whatever. Like, come on, guys, like we're all friends here. Come on, and that if it was manufactured, it worked, but it's or authentic, it doesn't matter because the result is the same. It comes across as, hey, come on, this freaking guy, and then I think that worked for him.
Yeah. I definitely think so as well. Let me get a couple more super chats
Do your
here.
thing.
So
pay the bills.
Spinstead, I know, right? Did Kyle have his weapon on him when he went home? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was taken away from him immediately.
It's not his. It's in trust because it's technically owned by the other kid who's facing a straw purchase charge. I heard.
That's right. That's Dominic Black, I believe.
Yep.
So,
which is a serious crime, by the way. Can't do that.
Nick Rekieta said that he's written gun trust before, and from his analysis, it sounded like, at least maybe in Minnesota, it sounds like it's legal to hold on to it within a trust until somebody turns 18, and then to hand it over to them.
Probably.
I understand that, like, a normal trust, it's you can totally do that with funds, set them aside as a parent, for your child for college or for whatever reason, so that they can't access it until a certain age. That's totally legal. So I, not knowing enough about firearms laws, especially none in Wisconsin, other than what came up at trial, and what we got to analyze and talk about. So I don't know exactly what the legality is on that issue, but given the fact that he was able to legally possess it, I think that may be one less issue for that case. Crystal Kaiser had a really similar case to Kyle in Kenosha and got railroaded by the same DA into a guilty verdict. No protest for her. That's interesting. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of reports today.
That. Yeah.
about that apparently it went up to the appeals, the Court of
Mhm.
Appeals. I haven't been able to sit down and actually read the details on it, but I'm for sure going to take a look at that, because that is a very interesting case, especially because it's the same city, same DA, similar facts, it sounds like, except that this was a Black woman. So
Yeah, but
it
that wasn't the only difference.
Sure.
I mean,
Right.
like, it was tried different. There were different attorneys.
Yeah.
I'm hypersensitive to that because Twitter's full of it. Like, here's a white person that did something bad and a Black person that did something bad, and the outcome was different. No
Yeah.
contacts, not there's no information about the trial. No, so like that's
Yeah.
such a frustrating. I don't know what the right word for it is, but I mean, it's just a lie, and it's so annoying to see.
Yeah. Yeah. Here's another super chat about the same case. She was 17, shot and killed her pedophile child sex trafficker to escape. Kenosha prosecutors are appealing. Yeah. So that's a marked difference in that case from the Kyle Rittenhouse
Well, she shot him while he
case.
was sleeping, I think.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I
Okay. Like
think.
I said, I haven't had a
Yeah,
chance
I
to look at
think.
the
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to look at the details here. But once I do, I will definitely be ready to
Yeah.
talk quite a bit about it. Do you think the judge is a winner in this case? He just held out making decisions and never had to, as the jury made the right decision. So I'm of two minds on this judge, because I think that throughout trial, I think he got worn down. I think he got worn down, and I think it's because he kept reading what the media
He
was
was
writing, and
sick
I
too. I
think,
mean, that
yeah,
makes it that has stuff hit different, when you're
yeah,
like, you're more irritable, you're more tired at the end of the day, you're gassed by like 2 o'clock. The guy's not, the guy's not young. So
yeah,
yeah, he was praying for a not guilty verdict more than anyone in that courtroom, or as much as anyone in that courtroom, I'll say. As much as.
yeah, yeah. I think, and I think that, like, throughout trial, when we were looking at the decisions that he was making, and we were looking at the arguments from both sides, when the jury was not in the room, on all kinds of issues, he definitely wanted to listen to both sides as much as they were willing to talk, which, generally speaking, I think that's a fantastic quality in a judge. And he also was even willing to crack open the books and say, okay, what does the case law say here? What is, how do we
Mhm.
read the statute here? And so he really was willing to roll up his sleeves to make sure that he was coming to the right conclusion, which is great, because not every judge will do that. There are definitely judges out there that'll say, nope, I know the law, you don't know the law, we're not going to talk about it, that's it.
Mhm.
Which can be frustrating. Not so frustrating if they agree with you, but it's still obviously a risk when you either way, when you have a judge like that.
If they're playing it fast and loose. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So I think that, for most of trial, I actually think that he was a very fair judge. And I think that he definitely was uh making a lot of really good calls.
By the way, the Crystal Kaiser, yeah, she came back after escaping, shot him twice, and set his house on fire and stole his car. It's a little different.
Whoa. Okay.
According to, I know that she came back and killed him. I thought he was sleeping or something. I didn't know
Yeah.
about the house fire. If that details are true, according to chat, yeah, it's not exactly the same thing.
Yeah. 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 Okay.
I want to know if
That's a
I'd
very
call
fair
that
point.
railroading.
So yeah, I like I said, I'm definitely going to be looking into that one. It reminds me, that actually reminds me of, so one of my first videos that actually kind of took off was another video game video, but I was analyzing The Last of Us. Have you played it?
Yeah.
Last of Us Part 2.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I wasn't sure if you made any videos on it. Because
I
I
made
know that
many.
was. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
there you go. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
know
yeah.
there were a lot of
Very
opinions on
familiar.
Part 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm,
I wanted to double check before I went ahead and assumed. But
mhm.
I should have known better, really, based on your
Really, you
your
should have.
overall
Yeah.
content.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, but this whole argument from The Last of Us Part 2, when all of a sudden Joel was sort of painted as this bad guy, and he had to atone for his sins from Part 1. Everything that happened, at the hospital in uh in Utah, right?
Mhm.
Where was it? At the end of Last of Us Part 1. But anyway,
I think so. Yeah.
So my first video that ever actually took off, it was an analysis from a lawyer's perspective of all of those scenes to determine whether or not Joel was justified in all of those points of violence to kill the people that he did, leading up to getting Ellie and taking off. And basically, it was like every single point, I was like, all right, defense of self, defense of others, defense of self, defense of others, because he's preventing what essentially is a
Mhm.
murder of a person, because there's no consent has been given by anyone for this supposed procedure that's going to create a vaccine for the zombies.
Right.
And so I was kind of going through each one all the way up until the very end when he shoots Maureen. He was about to leave and he
Yeah.
shoots Maureen, and I was like, oh, that one's not really justified.
No.
But
No.
but the rest of them, yes.
But it's a post-apocalyptic world. I mean, there is no court. So,
True. And that
it's
is a common refrain on in the comments on
yeah.
that video. And that's a very fair point. But the point was that I saw a lot of the debates going back and forth on Twitter, about whether he was a good person, whether he was not a good person. And I was like, maybe I can help sort of color this commentary a little bit.
Mm.
And it was fun. It was good. I
You
got
can
my
be
very first break. I broke 1,000 subscribers with that one.
oh, nice. A good person can make bad decisions, and
Of
still be a
course.
good person.
Of
So
course.
Joel is, of course, good. And they screwed him over. Anyway.
Yes. I would agree. So here's another super chat. Will there be any retroactive legal repercussions for the prosecution for the way they handled the case? So I know there's been a lot of talk about the decisions that the prosecution has made in this case, whether or not anybody is going to be hearing from the Wisconsin bar for any kind of prosecutorial misconduct. I don't know, because I don't know the Wisconsin bar well enough. But I would certainly hope so, because
At least on the Fifth Amendment one, like
the
that's
Fifth
pretty.
Amendment,
Yeah.
Brady violations, like that's kind of a big deal. That's
Yeah.
that's kind of a big deal. So and the fact that, like, what really got me was, like, I was kind of like sort of checking my own mental state as we were going through trial. And like the very first time something happened, I remember being totally outraged, because it's like you don't ever expect um a lawyer to do something that's kind of slimy, that you don't really you expect
Oh, if
you
you're a
expect zealous
lawyer, you don't
advocacy.
expect that.
You
For
expect
us
zealous
non-lawyers.
advocacy. You expect
Hmm.
zealous advocacy. You expect them to take whatever advantage that they can take, but up to a certain point, right? Like up to a certain point of ethics, because we're all held by a certain ethical standard. And it's funny because, like, of course, we have our own reputation. Lawyers are always liars. Like
Yeah,
if
you're in
you
the lawyer bubble. I don't think any one of us normies who are watching it were all that surprised.
like, I get it. Arrested Development's one of my favorite shows. Everyone knows lawyers Latin for liar.
Yeah.
Like that's a low blow, blah, blah, blah. But I get it. But realistically, when you're actually practicing, it's like the vast majority of attorneys are terrified of doing something wrong, because of the fact that the idea of getting your license taken away because of one mistake is totally possible in any kind of situation. And it's terrifying, because you ruin your whole career based off of it. So lawyers, as I have come across in my professional experience, have always been super careful, also because we tend to know what it's like to go through a lawsuit, and we know that we never want to be a party to one, because it's
Well,
super stressful.
that moment on the Fifth Amendment violation, do you disagree? My opinion is that the judge was going to say it's like you're trying for a mistrial, and he stopped himself. I think that he was we can't know, but that was my opinion, is where he was going, because he was hot.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree. There were many responses that were very subtle responses that seemed to suggest that they were maybe strategizing and maybe thinking, oh, I've overplayed my hand. Let's walk this back a little bit. That comment was one of them, saying like it almost is starting to look like you're trying to throw a mistrial. Because as soon as you get that accusation out, and if they then proceed with doing the same thing that they should have known better, because let's be real, like these are not, like if these were baby attorneys, like fresh out of law school, this is their first trial or even their third or fifth trial, like you can expect some amount of whoopsies because you're still learning. Like it is a practice of law. That's something that I also like to sort of emphasize, is that lawyers are highly educated, obviously, and maybe sometimes overeducated. Student loans will speak for that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that you're perfect at your job. In fact, that's typically the cases that you're not perfect at your job, and the goal is to continue working towards it. But if if we're talking about a new attorney that is trying a case for the first or even third time, you can expect some mistakes that they will learn from. But the attorneys in this case were not new attorneys, and they should have known what they were doing. So that is like the first thing that made me think, like, if they're making this many mistakes, they either are terrible attorneys, and how did they end up on this particular case that has gotten so much national attention, or they are doing things precisely for a specific reason.
Well, the level of offense too was so, these were not like, I would even buy, hey, maybe I screwed up and sent you the wrong file. But when you deliberately bring up somebody's, well, why did you call? Like that's day one. That's day one stuff. So bringing that up seemed deliberate to me. It's a calculated risk. So he's like, well, either I can poison the well or I get a mistrial.
Yeah, for sure. So this is an interesting super chat. I think the next big case, you lawyer types need to send one of you to the courthouse. Then y'all can get a feel for the jury or grab documents that were filed. The streams might get longer, but you could change the game. That's a very interesting prospect. I hadn't actually thought of that, because usually with the filings, especially nowadays, they typically are there. You can pull copies from most courthouses these days, from online. So, in terms of getting filings, we probably could either get them online or try to coordinate somebody local to go and get them from the courthouse. But the idea of going and getting a sense of what the jury looks like is very interesting. Although I will say that when it comes to these high profile cases, getting in the door is difficult. I remember seeing with the Britney Spears conservatorship hearings. I mean, that's not even trial; these are hearings. Seeing people that were waiting in line for a very, very, very long time to try to get into the courthouse, and there's only limited seating, right? But I mean, maybe that would be worth it to.
Well, it'd be money
send
well
someone like
spent. The other, I would say, you could look at, like, for example, the Chris Chan trial, which is not being streamed. It'd probably be worth it. You know what I mean? Like the investment, and you'd probably have a better chance of getting in there. But yeah, on the scene, there's enough money generated by those streams. You could send one of you all to the court and put you up in a hotel. I would imagine.
Yeah. Well, and then we wouldn't get a phony copyright issue on our
Right.
stream. Also, if we had our own camera in there, can you imagine? Like, yeah, maybe we should just go ahead and start a lawyer news network.
Yeah.
where we set up camera people, we set up somebody on the scene, and we're able to just
Get a press
do it
pass,
our own
do
way.
it legit. Yeah.
That would be freaking awesome, to be honest. Because yeah, for anybody watching, if you weren't watching when it happened, it was during closing arguments, and just before closing arguments were about to, just before the defense closing arguments were about to start. Now that was most interesting about the timing of it.
Yeah.
So we had like 70,000 people watching this live stream at that point, and we had not yet broken 100,000 at any time. And 70,000 people watching, and then all of a sudden it just got yeeted from YouTube, like our whole live stream, because apparently it was like, it said that we had violated some kind of either copyright copyright laws or, or policy guidelines overall, which is funny because like then you have eight lawyers running onto Twitter saying this is not possible and here's why.
Yeah,
like
right.
like you don't have a copyright, copyright ownership in the news.
Well,
You
I'll tell you
absolutely
what
do
that
not.
was. That I don't know if it was a manual claim or not. But I could tell you this: if I was a competitor, I would have considered it.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like, I just say like, this is
Because
a
it
big
wasn't just
moment,
us. It was all of
right?
the independent streamers at the same time, at the exact same time. And
Well, you put a false claim in, and oh, whoopsie, I release the claim in an hour.
yeah.
No harm. Meanwhile, my stream goes from 10,000 to 80,000 viewers, and you never get them back.
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys
Exactly. And
did though,
so
but
yeah,
yeah.
we did eventually get up there, but we didn't quite get. We would have got. I'm convinced that we would have gotten to 100,000 that day. Um, but I think that it 100% was because of that. We immediately lost 40,000 viewers
Mhm.
from 70,000, and that's a ton of people. That's most of Dodger Stadium
That's
clicked out.
the biggest stream almost anyone outside of the top 0.01% will ever have. You
Yeah,
know, like losing a few hundred, you notice it.
yeah, yeah. Let me get another super chat here. Hi, Legal Bites. Could Kyle face federal charges as representatives call for DOJ review? So I did hear about the Department of Justice looking into it or saying that they were going to look into it, but I don't know exactly what laws they would be calling him under. I
Yeah.
don't know. I'll look into that more and
I saw that.
maybe
I was gonna
talk
say I
about it
saw that
later.
reply, and it read to me more like, "Hey, we, because freaking Biden put out, I mean, that piece of garbage put out this like, essentially like, well, the jury said it, but we all believe he's actually a white supremacist and did it anyway." Kind of like garbage statements. That statement smacked of like, yeah, we're fighting the fight, and then just so our base thinks we're doing something, but I don't think there's any chance that they do that.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I'll like I said, I'll look into it and see if there's any kind of merit to that possibility. Here's another one. What's going on with the McMichael case? So that's the case of the death of Ahmaud Arbery.
Mhm.
So that one also very interesting. So they closed, and I believe that yesterday they were talking about jury instructions. And if you were watching the Kyle Rittenhouse case, the jury instructions are very, very boring. The process of kind of negotiating how things are, how the jury instructions are going to be written out for the jury. But it's super important because those are the items that they have to follow in order to decide whether to convict or acquit. Um,
I saw your
so
boy comment on that,
Nate,
Nate, and it would look like
yeah.
this looks like they're headed towards a conviction.
It
Based,
does.
yeah,
Yeah, it's so Nate the lawyer he's been streaming that one. He popped in a few times to the Kyle Rittenhouse stream with us. But he was spending most of his time on the Ahmaud Arbery case. And I think a lot of us would have been on that case if the Rittenhouse case hadn't just started its case in chief sooner. But he was so he reported in that the as they were talking about the jury instructions and trying to negotiate all of that, the judge ultimately decided that the basis on which the defense is using to justify their actions, they're probably not going to win based on what the judge said because he read the statute for um, uh, oh god, what is it? Civic arrest, right? Or
yep.
citizen's arrest. So the statute in Atlanta basically says that in order to arrest someone as a citizen, as non-law enforcement, you have to have either witness the crime yourself or have it in your immediate knowledge. So basically, meaning either
No
it's happening right in
vigilantism.
right. It happened right in front of you. Let's say somebody's shoplifting right in front of you, or you hear something in the next room, and that's exactly what's happening. And again, like immediate knowledge, you're acting on it immediately with your immediate full five senses. Or the other possibility was, then you go on and you say, if it's a felony, then you can if you have reasonable suspicion and probable cause, then you can essentially you can arrest them. The way that the judge read the statute, which I personally think is the correct way, I know it's controversial in some circles, but the way that the judge interpreted it is that basically what it boils down to is, you can arrest somebody for a crime if they commit it right in front of you, and if it's a felony, then you can chase after them. But the way that the defense was trying to frame this law was that if it's a felony, you can go after them, not necessarily immediately. You can go after them like at a later time, which is kind of necessary for their case, because the McMichaels and the third defendant, I forgot his name, but they basically, all of them they've all conceded the fact that there was no crime committed in front of them.
Yeah, that was a bad admission. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, but realistically, it's like when the facts are not there, they're not there,
Yeah, it's also the truth. It's not just a bad admission. They
Exactly.
probably would have had to, prosecution would have asked that question too,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and whether or not they were gonna take the stand, there's other evidence that they could do, and like for example, talking to law enforcement that got involved, that interviewed them, and all that kind of stuff. But so basically, and it's funny because like in any kind of a trial, there's always going to be good facts and bad facts for any case, any person. Like in the Kyle Rittenhouse case, for example, the fact that he lied about being an EMT, that ended up not being a hugely damaging lie, but it is a lie. So it is very relevant for.
They hung a lot on that. He really hit
Yes.
that hard. And again, like I thought and again, I'm biased, understand, but I was like,
Yeah.
if I like fell, cut myself, and somebody was like, I'm an EMT, and they have like, they helped me, I'm not gonna be like, where's your certification, sir? Like nobody's gonna react. That was I felt like that was such another dud. But I get they was trying to impugn his character, but like, I'm sorry if I'm locked in my car and it's, again, an accident, it's on fire. I'm not asking people, are they certified with it? That's actually a recent law change in Wisconsin too. The Good Samaritan law. I think they had, some, essentially now, like, if you do harm while trying to help somebody, they can't sue you, because there was someone who got, someone was trying to help someone, and then they tried to sue them because they hurt them, and it was a huge mess.
Yeah. That sounds about right. But yeah, it's and in any case, like, you're gonna have good facts and bad facts, and so and I think that in the McMichaels case, I think that what the attorneys were trying to do there was to get ahead of those bad facts by saying, yes, we admit that no crime actually was committed directly in front of them, or in their immediate knowledge. However, they had a reasonable suspicion that a felony had occurred at some point, at some time. But because of the way that the judge interpreted the statute for the purposes of the jury charges, it's all but certain that they're going to be found guilty in this case. So,
what do you think about again, in a just world, when does the attempted homicide trial for Gage Grosswitz start?
So for him being charged,
if Kyle was charged, he should be charged based on his own admission.
But the cases that are brought by the DA.
I know.
So realistically, we know what the chances of that are.
It sucks so hard though, because he was trying to kill him and no charges. Why? Because you failed?
Yeah. Which, I mean, and yeah, we definitely talked a bit in other live streams about like what would that look like, and
it was also felony possession of firearm, because even though that felony was dropped now, at the time he was a felon.
Yeah, and there was a bit about his concealed carry license, which is interesting because I don't know if you saw.
He doesn't have a CCW. How could you? You can't have it if you're a felon.
He did. He had one, but it was not in effect. And so
so he
that
didn't.
came, I mean, so he technically had one. And the question, there was kind of this ambiguity during trial of based on the evidence that came in of like, why was it in effect? Did it expire, or did something else happen that he was charged with a crime and found guilty and therefore was not allowed to use it? And so there was this ambiguity, but then Darth Crypto, he found some Reddit posts where he actually, Gage Grosskreutz apparently posted a copy of his concealed carry license for some reason. I don't know why he would do that, but
Yeah.
Okay, now you've got something for somebody to find and get information from. And according to that, assuming that this is correct information, um, the uh, the expiration date is 2023, so it would still be in effect. It has
He
not
might have had
expired at
it
this point.
he might have had it before he got his felony. It's
And
possible.
then it got revoked because of the felony.
Yeah,
That's the
because
implication.
I was looking at the actual law here in Wisconsin, and it doesn't say no, it says extremely difficult to obtain if you have a felony. So
Yeah.
did Gage Grosskreutz hire a high power attorney to get it? Probably not. He probably
No.
lost eligibility when he caught that felony.
Yeah, I believe so.
Also, you're not concealed carrying when you're walking around with it out. That's not how it works.
Right. And that's why he was saying that he was holding it was because he knew that he wasn't allowed to conceal it or something like that, something along those lines. So I didn't agree with how defense did trial, but I give praise to Mark for crossing political lines to defend Kyle's rights. Awesome. Let's see. Let's get another super chat because I know that there are a few in here. Sorry for the dead air. Here's another one. It's important because it shined a spotlight on how the media lies and how powerful politics can impact our court system, where charges can be twisted and brought to anyone that is not justice. I would agree. I would definitely agree, and especially in this case. And I do want to make a point though that this is not how every criminal prosecution goes down, right? Like there are good prosecutors out there. There are good prosecutors that are seeking justice, not convictions. And because I say that because I know I got some feedback from some people that were watching our stream and were like, I wish you guys would have made that a little bit clearer because not everybody is bad. Not all DAs are bad.
When you have evidence, when the evidence is in
Yeah.
Your favor, you look good. When you're
Yeah.
prosecuting a case that's a dud, you get that. Binger might be great, but given what he actually had to convict, he had nothing.
Well, and even when you have a case that has bad facts, because let's face it, every lawsuit, whether civil or criminal, has two sides. There's always a winning side and a losing side. And usually going into it, if like my experience is all in civil litigation. So, I first think of it through that kind of a lens. But thinking about a case that goes to trial, if it gets to that point, usually there's some ambiguity in it. But beyond that, you can still go into trial realizing that you have a case that has bad facts, and you can still put it on in a way that is decent and that doesn't cut corners and that doesn't make you look slimy and dirty. So that's that point. Let's get another super chat. 20 to 30 years ago, most of the students at the local high school would have their hunting rifle and shotgun in their car or truck in the school parking lot. That's an interesting point. I wouldn't know one way or another, but that's an interesting insight. Did you see the Kyle Rittenhouse secret lair drop? I did not. I'm not familiar with that. Let's see. There are some more here. Sadly, small towns are horribly corrupt with regard to justice. The shenanigans seen are mild compared to what is seen here. Yeah, I think I don't know actually on that one, whether that's more or less true with regard to corruption in small towns. Newbie, thank you so much for the super chat. Here's another one. My friends on the left see the blue checks on social media that dig into this was a miscarriage of justice, and they have no choice but to latch on. Yeah. Well, I mean, they do have a choice, though. You know, I would stand for the proposition that every person that is looking at this case has a choice to analyze it from one perspective or another. And I know that, you know, especially when it comes to people that are in Hollywood, there's probably quite a bit of social pressure for people to hang left or maybe be quiet. There's I would imagine that there's a lot of pressure for people that otherwise have an opposing opinion. Um, but even still, I would hope that there would be more people looking at things objectively and more factually. That's just me. Um, David White says after Baldwin thing, everyone should use their brain with a firearm, chamber open, safety on, no finger on trigger, prosecutor brain dead, finger on trigger. Yeah, that was also another highlight of this case was when the prosecutor in this case, Mr. Binger, when he uh, showed the gun to the jury, and that's a very mild way of saying it, rather pointed the gun at the jury and had his finger on the trigger rather than in a safe position. That was pretty wild. Um, let's see here. Legalbytes, I've really loved discovering you and your channel through this trial. You guys really opened my eyes to how the mainstream media straight up lies. Thank you. Love your channel. I'm a new sub. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Those are very kind words. And I have to say too, like for myself, I think my eyes have also been pretty opened up because of this trial. Because I know that a lot of people have been saying for a very long time, you know, that the media is lying about all kinds of things, X, Y, and Z. But this is the first time that people can really see very clearly for themselves, that the narrative that was placed for everyone was very different than the facts that were put in evidence. And for me personally, you know, I tend to trust the judicial system a little bit more because there are rules when it comes to evidence. There are rules when it comes to you know, bringing in scientific kind of stuff. You know, that courts are not supposed to be bringing in junk science. They're supposed to filter through, you know, and determine whether something is a reliable piece of evidence that the jury can actually trust before they even look at it. So I tend to trust the judicial process quite a bit more than I do, you know, just any 24-hour, you know, news cycle opinion. And I think that seeing the two side by side in this case, it has been a very eye-opening experience for people to be able to actually compare for themselves just how glaringly different those two narratives are. So, here's one for you, Jeremy. Ask
Oh
Jeremy
boy.
about Full Metal Jacket versus Hollow Point. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Well, I mean, he just said Full Metal Jacket because it sounds scary. It was what one big miss the defense should have had was they should have said Gage's caliber was bigger than when they kept talking about how Kyle's gun was bigger. They should have said, yeah, but I mean, you had a 40 caliber. Like, that, you know, that's he's certainly much larger caliber than what is in the 223 in the AR, or I guess you could add 5.56 too. But yeah, it was such a weird thing, and you could tell he was just ad-libbing. He might have just said like, you know, oh, one of those exploding bullets. Like, come on, again, people in Wisconsin know the difference. When you say
Yeah.
Full Metal Jacket in Wisconsin, you know what we think? That's junk range ammo. That's what Full Metal Jacket means to us.
Interesting.
So yeah, when they said that, I'm like, okay, yeah, crummy range ammo. But you know, if you would have said hollow point, I suppose, you know, it doesn't matter. A bullet is a bullet to 99% of people.
I think so too, and that was something that struck me. You know, I have been to the gun range. The first time I shot a gun was when I was like 16, when I first learned how to handle a firearm. But I'm definitely like on that panel of lawyers. I'm definitely one of the least qualified to talk about the ins and outs of firearms and different types of ammunitions and whatnot. But you know, it doesn't take a firearms expert to understand that a bullet is a bullet, you know, and this whole line of reasoning that they were trying to put by the prosecution, saying that it was just ridiculous when they were like, essentially they were saying one lethal method is more lethal than the other lethal method. What does it matter if it's lethal? Right?
Yeah, I think that was a dud too. Unless they had somebody who's, let's say, a huge anti-gun advocate, which they never would have had on that jury willingly anyway. Those people, they're the same people that think AR stands for assault rifle. You know what I mean? Like they kept saying that in the various throughout the trial. He had a assault rifle, an AR-15. No, AR stands for Armalite rifle, not assault rifle. And like everybody, like that's maybe less laymen know that, but that's a deliberate lie by the media and by the prosecution in this case.
Yeah, or at the very least, you could say a misrepresentation, right? Because it's not the full truth, not the full.
No, it's a lie. It's a lie. It's AR does not stand for assault rifle. And
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Let's see. Oh, here's a good question. Top 5 favorite witnesses. Mine is 1 Photo Chad, 2 Grambo, 3 Gage, 4 Detective Bay, and 5 Kyle. What were your favorites?
Well, I mean,
I think there are a lot of people in the chat who say Detective Bay would be number one.
Detective Bay yeah. The reason mine is Gage is because it was just the best epic fail I've ever seen in my life. It was the most like step on a rake and hit you in the face moment that I've ever seen in my life. That clip will live in infamy. I've seen some of the best memes in my life based on that clip. So it's got to be Gage. Obviously, Detective Bay,
Yeah. I would say I think like in terms of opening up the facts of the case, Gage,
the
I would say,
guy. Who's the autist guy?
Photo
Is that the
Chad.
Photo Chad?
Photo Chad.
Yeah.
That is Nathan DeBruin. So he, after the testimony was finished,
me to change my testimony one, right? That's him.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was
That
good
one
too. That was
so great. So I was so excited when I saw that he opened up a Twitter account because he liked one of my tweets about the BS that Krause was trying to pull by trying to make him look like a liar. And I was like, he looks like a bully by trying to take someone who is clearly a very sincere, kind person who's giving very honest testimony, and he's just coming out of it looking terribly.
Yeah.
But he probably is my overall favorite witness because of the fact that, I mean, number one, he really exposed the prosecution's dirtiness. Like that was the first kind of like oh shit kind of moment where you realize they are doing some very, very sneaky things that are very improper, that should not be happening, in any kind of a lawsuit. And then on top of that, the fact that he was very, he wasn't aggressive, but he was very resolute. And he did start to get upset. He did start to get like kind of pissed off at the questions that were coming his way. But his anger came in a way that was very sincere, and I think very empathetic to the jury, because you could see, these guys that are representing the state, they have all the power of the state behind them. They're trying to intimidate him. They're trying to, get him to change his testimony ahead of time and all kinds of, or get him to change his statement ahead of time.
Yeah, that moment was like, in the scales of not guilty to guilty, that was like put a stone in the not guilty. Like that was a big deal when they were like, no, you did tell me to change it. And it was like, I guarantee you there are a couple of jurors that were like, I freaking knew it. Look at this guy's suit. And now he got caught lying. Like there were definitely people that did that. Even Grambo, she's another one that kind of had, he had so many so many self-inflicted wounds on the stand. Binger did that. Each one of them, the Gage admission should have been
massive.
That was massive. Yeah, that was a boulder on the side of not guilty.
Yeah.
And then don't you think it's funny how or do you think it's interesting that it really was about it felt like most of the trial was really about Gage and Rosenbaum, and the other guy was like an afterthought. Like he was never really a thing,
I think especially because of the fact that Huber actually made contact with
Yeah.
with Kyle Rosen or Kyle Rosenbaum,
Rittenhouse. Yeah.
Kyle Rittenhouse, because with his skateboard, he actually, hit him in the head or in the neck or something like that. And all they really needed was for Gage Groskowitz to say, yeah, I saw that happen. And yeah, as an EMT, I can see how that, how that's an issue because that can lead to head trauma. That was one of the biggest things was that like, he's the one that volunteered that phrase, head trauma. No
Yeah.
one like Sheriff Feasey, when he was cross-examining him, he didn't ask him, would you say that's head trauma? Would you say that, that it's this, that it's that? But
Gage
so
was a
it was
classic trying to be smarter than he really was. He's the type of guy that hangs around with really dumb people and they all think he's smart. And then he got on the stand and he thought, because the way he was like, looking at the jury, trying to like appear really smart. And then like, you see the way he talks on the tape, unfiltered. You see the way he writes on his Twitter account, old Reddit accounts. The guy's not intelligent and his intelligence completely betrayed him in real time. So would you say that he didn't fire until you pointed your gun at him? Yes. Like he didn't even try to, like a smarter person who had $10 million on the line would have avoided saying that, would have said, well, it was more like simultaneous. Like I saw him reaching for his something, but he's just like, yes. Like, and then those scumbags, Anderson Cooper and everyone else brought him on the news and gave a Good Morning America, brought him on the news to deliberately try to get him to rewrite history, which was disgusting.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, is that, when you look at the statement that he made to the press, and then you look at his testimony at trial, we should be automatically looking at the testimony at trial because he was under the penalty of perjury. When he's going on Good Morning America, he does not have that
Defense
risk.
caught him. Sorry. I said prosecution. Sorry. Defense caught him in that lie. Yeah. Thanks, Jen.
But yeah, it's the one that the version that we should be, because obviously there's two different versions that are being put forward here by the same person, and so which one is the real one?
Either you lied on
should
TV or the stand. Yeah,
exactly. Like when you're, because especially in a cross-examination, because the way that that the attorney will get you into the answer that they want is they know that they have something backing up the question that they're asking. That if you say the opposite from the truth, they're going to hammer you with something else, because they have something lined up. That's usually that's when you have a well done cross examination. That's why like it's people, attorneys will say when you're directing any kind of a witness, whether it's a direct or cross examination, you only want to answer, or you only want to ask the questions to which you already know the answer. Because
Gage is actually a lucky guy, by the way. Like Kyle could have finished him. Like he still had the gun in his hand
from that range.
Still was a threat. One more, and he didn't.
Yeah, the self-defense justification would have worked just the same if Groskowitz would have died. That's legally true. Yes. But yeah, it's those. There were a lot of witnesses put up by the prosecution that were the best defense witnesses. I'll say that. I think this one's for you, Jeremy. Who's the saltiest person in Hollywood?
George Takei or Dave Bautista? Easy, one of those two.
Yeah. I'm probably right.
They're both just hateful people, so angry all the time.
Yeah, even I remember George Takei when William Shatner was going up in space, and
he inserted himself into that too.
Yeah. It's one of those things that's like, okay, like this doesn't involve you, and even if you absolutely hate someone, like why? It looks like he's living rent free. He's living rent free in George Takei's head. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
So anyway. Next one. Thanks for your hard work covering this trial. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Oh, here's an interesting one. As a 44-year-old, I can confirm that I grew up playing Wolfenstein 3D, Doom 1 and 2, Commander Kane, and etc. Gaming's not the scary thing being made it out to be. I completely agree. Obviously, as we talked about earlier. Sarah, ma'am, have you seen the Netflix? Surely this is reason alone to quote Hollywood and napalm. Yeah, there are a lot of people that have gotten rid of Netflix because of recent events over the last couple of years. But yeah.
People would do better to watch less of all of that stuff. Less streaming, more books.
Sure. Yeah. Probably right about that. I did not watch the trial, but I'm going to make a judgment. Okay. That's to each their own. I would definitely recommend trying to watch some sort of testimony at least.
Check out this. I'm reading this book right now. I didn't write
what is it?
Blank Slate, The Blank Slate by Steven Pinker. If people want a book recommendation, sorry.
What's it? No, what's it about?
This is about human nature, and I read a lot of books about kind of the culture war and why things are the way they are.
Yeah.
Steven Pinker is an expert in language and like sociology type stuff.
Oh,
and
right up my alley.
Yeah, it's good. It's good, and it's a quick read. It's no Harry Potter, but
what's the title again? Show it again.
The Blank Slate.
Okay.
The Blank Slate, the modern denial of human nature. Is
that may have been a book that someone may have recommended to me recently. Yeah. So, I'll definitely have to take a look because I have a whole queue of books that I've got either physically or through audio while going on a run. Have you seen Bronco's new proposal for Kyle's Law? I have not. But I'll have to take a look at. I would imagine he's probably talking about it on Twitter, so I'll have to check that out. I would like to hear what people say they would do if put in that position. I bet they would do the same thing and then cry if they were not getting a fair trial. Hypocrites. I would tend to agree. I mean, and actually, when you look at the especially the second encounter that Kyle had, with Huber and Groskowitz, when you look at the video footage, one of the frustrations that we had during trial was that they weren't showing it. In real time to show just how fast that whole interaction was.
Yeah.
But when they did slow it down, it is amazing to look at all of the people that were around that had started to sort of descend upon him. And as soon as he pointed his rifle, they stopped, put their hands up, and then he lowered his rifle. The number of decisions that he made not to shoot people when in that kind of a situation where you have high adrenaline, all kinds of, you could end up very easily in a very trigger happy sort of situation. He made
every single right decision. Everyone.
I agree. Yeah. It's kind of like, in Men in Black when they're doing the training to see if these guys can become agents, like whether or not they're trying to shoot the aliens, but not the kids,
the granny, the little granny one or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it's like he made all of those correct choices in that scenario. Alec Baldwin crossed state lines. I mean, technically, yeah, he did. I've known veterans with PTSD from having to kill in the line of duty, having breakdowns randomly. Those weren't crocodile tears. That is a PTSD breakdown.
Yeah, he was hyperventilating. It was so obvious. It was so sick. Like seeing people on Twitter make fun of him. Like, man, LeBron James, I won't say it, but like these people that huge platforms pretending that he was faking it. Watch the interrogation video when he turned himself into the police and tell me that that's a kid that isn't deeply suffering from PTSD.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Never seen that raccoon washing cotton candy before eating. That's Gage. I'm not familiar with that. Yeah. I don't know either.
Sounds cute.
Sounds interesting.
Oh, wait, I get it because it just disappears when you wash it. I get it.
Oh,
yeah, you get it wet. It just wet. Yeah.
Smart. I have subscribed to your channel because you're on with the quartering. Cheers. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Here's another one. I believe that one is directed at you, Jeremy.
Probably. Yeah. It might be a salty cracker reference. The salt must flow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Boomer Cheesehead in LA. Have to send some love and appreciation. I'm glad my home area of Southeast Wisconsin will understand what's right. I'm looking forward to learn more about both of you today. Thank you so much, Pete.
Yeah, that's a very Wisconsin super chat.
Yeah. Darth Crypto is on. Oh, nice.
Oh,
hey, I'm not done. I'm going to help get payback against the DA, against the media. I'm on a mission. Hey, Good for you. Keep us
You have
updated
my
on that for
support.
sure.
Yeah.
Riggs says also, how about we go to their neighborhoods, ghettos, and hood and riot? I bet it stops real quick. I would not advocate for any of that.
I would
personally.
not. Yeah, I remember when they were rioting in Milwaukee, and there was this famous clip of a woman saying, if you look it up, it's called like "Take It to the Suburbs," because these idiots kept burning down their own businesses, and they're like, don't burn down our hair salons and this and that. Take it to the suburbs. And then my reply, basically it was like, I highly recommend you don't do that either.
Yeah.
Like, don't leave your house and show up in the suburbs, because it's not going to go the same.
Yeah. Yeah. Jeremy, you need to revisit your source material for your Black Rifle CC opinion. You are being fake news.
They're talking about Black Rifle Coffee Company, who
the
whole disavowal of Kyle's fans and their spin. And there are fans. And by the way, the owners of that company, I've talked to them. They seem open to a conversation, but they're businessmen. We'll say that.
Okay. Interesting.
They're happy to let all these Pro 2A guys buy their coffee, but they're not really. Go on.
Okay. 99% of the time when people claim to be an expert online, they are full of crap. I should know I'm an expert on internet interactions.
That's a fact. Yeah.
That is very likely to be true, I would say.
Yeah.
There's no excuse for being ignorant about this case. The evidence has been available for everyone to see over a year. Yeah, but I would say that I still can't blame people that are busy with their everyday lives, though. Even though the footage has been out there, it's especially like I can imagine somebody that is trying to just focus on a getting a small business off the ground, and they have no time to literally look at anything other than what they need to do to dedicate to their business, or people that are single parents and have a bunch of kids that they need to run after. Like, I can understand people's day-to-day lives getting busy enough that they can't follow this kind of information on their own. And so they decide to rely on what we should be able to rely on, which is the news, in order to form an opinion. But I don't know. Maybe you feel otherwise.
No, it's very easy to be misinformed. It's extremely difficult to be well informed. Yeah. Many of us are terminally online, and so we can dig, but we are like 1% of the population.
Yeah. Hypothetical question: if Binger had been caught trying to cheat and had his license suspended, could he still represent himself? Yeah, like, well, so like if his license was revoked and then he found himself in some kind of a lawsuit, could he represent himself? Yeah, I would say he would be able to, just like anybody else would. Whether he would want to is another question, because typically if people that have had experience, or lawyers that have had experience with any kind of litigation, usually know enough about it to know that it is best to hire somebody else, because you want somebody that's not as emotionally attached to everything and that can think clearly and move quickly, and they have certain processes set up, because that's their day-to-day business. So yeah, congrats on 30K subscribers. You got a lot of running to do. That is true. Thank you so much. That's one thing that has been nuts for me personally about this whole process is I literally, the first time that I showed up on Nick Rekieta's channel for this trial, I had around 6,600 subscribers, and it's definitely substantially blown up since then, and I'm super grateful. So I do have
31,700 and growing. I see behind you.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. And I do have a running challenge that I set up right before I hit 5K, that I decided, like, hey, this will be a way to sort of, maybe drum things up or make things exciting or something, like every 5,000 subscribers, because that'll take forever.
Right. Yeah,
every
right. I'm never
5,000
gonna have to pay up on this.
Yeah. Or at least, like, I'll have time in between these, these milestones, right? Not like 2 days in between these milestones. So every 5,000 subscribers I get, I add on to the previous run. So I did a 5K for 5,000 subscribers. I'm going to do the 15K. I've already done the 10K. But it's funny because some people have said, like, just skip them, and do the 30K or whatever. But I'm personally committed. I can't. I made the commitment to myself, and to the public for what it's worth, whether or not they care. I personally care, so I
It
want to
seems
do it.
unsustainable. This seems unsustainable.
It's okay.
I
So
just
one last detail on that is that it goes up
Okay.
to 50K.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
It's not forever. I'm not capping my growth because I can't run more than that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I've dabbled with the idea of maybe then doing one for getting 100K at some point. But I'm still gonna think about that, because that is a lot of mileage. That's over 60 miles. So that's way more than I've ever run. I've done a full
You should
marathon. That's it.
you should be allowed to switch to bike when you get like the longer ones. 60 miles on a bike is no joke.
Yeah. That's although I'm actually terrible on a bike. I have some
Even better.
I have some pretty embarrassing stories on a bike. I may or may not have caused a friend during college to fall off a short bridge in Vietnam once.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, because I was studying abroad with some friends, and there was a group of us that had like a tour guide with us, and we were kind of riding bikes around the Mekong Delta. And at this point in the semester, I had gained quite a bit of weight. So I didn't really have enough power to get over this like little bridge. It really was not very big at all, but I was having all kinds of trouble on this bike, and I didn't realize that she was tailgating me behind me. And so I paused, and so she,
So really, what you're really saying here is this is her fault, following too closely. I see what you did there.
No. I definitely feel like it was my fault. Because she definitely like it was like here's the bridge. There was no railing, and here's the bike, and like these two fingers are her. So the bike fell, and then she kept going down onto the bank and narrowly missed some very sharp bamboo. And thank God she was fine. And all of the local people that were living there that noticed us and were saying hi to us the whole time, because we obviously were not Vietnamese. Yeah. They came running out like immediately, like they were all definitely surveying us. Like pulled her off the bank, like washed her down. It was a whole ordeal. Wow. So long story short, I'm not good on a bike.
Yeah. I guess everyone has a chats. You're having like nom flashbacks.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe I would consider doing it on a bike, but it probably is actually safer for everyone involved if I just
do triathlon, bike, swim, and a run.
It's still involving a bike though. I
Conquer
don't know
your
if
fears.
I can finish it. I watched every second of this trial with Legalbytes. I feel like I was ahead of the curve. I hope both your channels blow up. I'm now so interested in law now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I found Nick because I saw the lawyers on media spinning moments I watched in trial with my own eyes, shocked at the twisting they were doing. Yeah, I mean, we were all very shocked. Let's see. Is the dislike removed? Regional, it's still here.
Slow roll out.
Yeah,
I think rolling out. Yeah. My channel, it took over my channel yesterday, but I still had dislikes. And then I saw, it seems to be just slowly.
Darth Crypto says, Jeremy, please discuss my Kyle's Law proposal from my Twitter. I'll tag you. I'll discuss it with you anytime. We need to use Kyle's sacrifice to fix this broken BS.
Maybe email me at thequartering@gmail. I'm kind of a big deal on Twitter, so I might miss it. I don't want to miss it. So if you send me an email, I will see it, or my assistant will see it and she'll give it to me.
Yeah. I'm happy. I'm happy to join on a live stream or something at some point to talk about that too. So we can definitely schedule that. I'd be happy to do so.
I'm no lawyer, but I can amplify. I can rally people. So, I'm useful in that manner.
For sure. First search for the channel, then search for the video. That's how you have to do it when you actually want to find the content you want. Yeah. So like we were talking about, trying to find channels that are getting hidden by YouTube. I created a mock bar complaint and posted it over on my channel. Tried linking the doc in the super chat. It was denied by YouTube 7 counts. Oh, sorry to hear that. Odyssey has dislikes. You have to go there to find your DIY vids.
Yeah,
I've never used Odyssey, so I've heard a lot about it in this whole process. So
create a channel, link your YouTube channel. It'll take 2 seconds. And by the way, Rumble, you should be doing this right after the stream. Sign up for Rumble, sign up for BitChute, sign up for Odyssey. They all have mirrors, so you just take 2 seconds, and your content will exist there. That's like the bare minimum.
Okay.
But, there's traffic there. I think I have on BitChute, I have tens of thousands of subscribers. It's either 30,000 or 70,000 or something. And every video gets a couple thousand views. So there's people there that are watching stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll definitely have to do that then. But because especially since I think Rumble just bought Locals, and I'm on Locals, so I guess it
That's
just
right.
kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
So Wallace Anthony wants to know, did y'all watch the Richards address, the media right after the trial? He talked about his strategy and other interesting things. Yes, that was really interesting to get that insight. Especially, I thought the thing that really jumped out at me was the fact that what he was talking about with Kyle being put on the stand. How he said that they ran a couple mock juries, one with putting him on the stand, one with not putting him on the stand. And the one, it just the difference between the two was just overwhelming. So there really was no debate that they needed to put him on the stand. And that for me was very interesting because like when all of us lawyers were looking at what was happening, we were just like, oh shoot, like this is not what you should be doing. Like never take the stand if you have a chance, right? Like because you're so ahead right now. Like why would you do this? And so we were just losing our minds. But hearing his reasoning, I probably would do the same if I were in that same situation. So I stand completely corrected. It still carries risks, obviously, but it definitely played out. And I think that in that particular case, it probably was the correct choice. So were there any other did you see the address? Were you streaming with us when we were looking at the address or no?
I think I hopped on a little after.
Okay.
But I did say in the side chat, I've got to go eat my lunch. But maybe someone else. I saw Viva was in the chat. Maybe they'll step in. I do have to go.
Okay. No, that's fine. I know we've been going at this for like 2.5 hours. I really appreciate you coming on. I'll go through the super chats and
then you stay. Don't leave.
I'm
sure you won't lose anybody when I leave. But if you want, check out my channel. It's not legal, but it covers all of these basically the same things, just not from a non lawyer perspective. So
sure.
Thanks for having me.
Sure.
Had a good time.
Yeah. And thanks so much for coming on. I really, really appreciate it. This has been great talking to you. Big fan. My brothers are big fans. They were definitely fanboying when I told them that I was going to have you on.
Well, cool. I appreciate that. They sound like very smart people. I'm going to go eat a sub sandwich and get to work. I've got videos to do.
All right. I totally get that. See ya.
Bye.
So Tucker thoughts. I actually did not see Kyle on, because I know that he was supposed to go on Tucker Carlson. I haven't seen that interview just because of the time differences and the things that I had going on since then. But I'm for sure gonna have to check that out and get back to you guys. Explain like I'm 5 what ratio or ratioed means. That is having to do with the ratio between likes and comments on Twitter. My understanding, and to be totally honest, although I'm a millennial, I'm a little bit more of a recently active person on Twitter. But basically, when you have more comments than likes, that's getting ratioed. It's usually not a good thing. Shout out to the 2X back-to-back 1993-1994 blockbuster video game champion of the world, aka Dr. Disrespect. Yes, shout out to Dr. Disrespect. What's up? What's that? Oh, okay. Thanks. Okay. Thank you. I did not notice that we were getting a lot of spam here. So we are going to change this live stream chat situation. We also had more chat moderators before, and I don't know what happened to them. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me see here. Hang on just 1 second. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to find it. Something like they totally changed the setup here. I'm sorry, guys. Bear with me for a second here. Oh, wait. What is happening here? No, that's not it. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, no new people unless they've been subscribed. Thanks for bearing with me on that, guys, while I try to figure that out. Okay, so I don't remember what I was just saying. Oh yeah, Dr. Disrespect. That's shout out to Dr. Disrespect. I don't know if he likes watching this kind of content, but if he is, very happy to have you watching. Here's a question. Did Binger have to go through a grand jury to charge Kyle? That is typically what happens in any kind of a criminal case. I would imagine so. I wasn't following at that point, but Nick Ricada would know for sure. I would imagine so. Darth Crypto, I just realized this is your channel, not Jeremy's. Well, thank you. Thank you for the super chats. Nonetheless, and yeah, I'm glad that we were able to get to them before Jeremy had to leave. But thanks for checking it out. Let's see here. Trying to get to some more super chats here. No, you're supposed to get in a fist fight. I don't know what that was alluding to from earlier, but I would not advocate that. You mentioned the carry around school laws, not legal advice, but in Michigan you can carry out of school, but only open carry with a CPL. That's interesting. I did not know that. I definitely would want to verify that before taking that kind of a move for sure. But thank you. Love your show and the variety of the courting as well. Please resurrect the RL panel on worthy televised cases. Jeremy, amongst others, as a non-lawyer voice is fantastic. Best coverage by far. The numbers proved it. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. And I mean, you can expect more collaborations between all of us in various forms because of the fact that, like, really a lot of us, a handful of us from there was oh, Viva, I see you in the chat. Oh, Viva, do you want to join? You can if you want. I know Jeremy mentioned that you're here. If you want to, I can send you a link. Let me see if maybe you've DM'd me. Okay, you sent me your referral link to Rumble. Thank you. I'll go ahead and send you the link to this live stream as well, just to oh shoot, that's not what I meant to do. Give me 1 second here. In case you're available. No worries if not. Okay. So Chris's error. Thanks for becoming a YouTube member. That's awesome. I've had some people recently joining, and I'm very excited about it. Okay, the quartering, he shouldn't have had to be there. If the state cops were doing their job, he would not have been there. That is also probably true in this case. Being an idiot isn't against the law, aka Binger. That's true. That's something that it reminds me of what I had to say many times when I was talking to a potential client at an employment litigation firm that I was working at. When people would come in and have a lot of complaints about their work environment or their boss, you know, being an a-hole essentially. And I would have to explain to them, like, you know, I would kind of ask some questions to try to figure out if there was anything that was against the law, like, you know, discrimination along the basis of race or religion or anything like that. And sometimes I had to just kind of explain to them, like, so far, unfortunately, today it is not illegal for your boss to be an a-hole. So unfortunately, we can't bring any kind of a case in this situation. But the same thing is true for Binger. Kyle did what grown men in law enforcement failed to do. The salt is and must flow. The propagandists went all in with cross state lines and on the horizon with interstate regs. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they continued to try to pull that sort of line of argument into the future with any kind of like federal charges. But I personally don't know what kind of federal charges they would be able to bring. Bytes looking great as usual. Hey, maybe we appreciate your Olbermann trolling over your looks. Thank you. Was 4 doors more horror self-defense? I don't know if that TikTok handle was self-defense, but I think he was definitely acting in self-defense. Question: can pretrial statements proven false during trial be sued for post-trial, or only statements made post-trial? Also, 30K when? So 30K is definitely being scheduled right now. I've got to do the 15, 20, and 25K so far. So thank you. So I think you're probably referring to defamation statements that are made. I don't know that. I think statements made ahead of trial while the allegations were being made in a court proceeding are less likely probably to have a case defamation wise. I'm sorry, we 17-year-olds to die on the beaches of Normandy. So spare me. The 17-year-old shouldn't have been there. And I say this as respectfully as possible. I suppose that's a fair argument. But I think that any mother of a 17-year-old would probably say otherwise. But I mean, hey, reasonable minds can differ, right? Like Rick Hode says. Richie McGinnis, thank you for your testimony. That was also an excellent witness for the defense brought by the prosecution. At 17, issued a government-issued fully auto rifle in the military, but not old enough to save a city from being burned. That's another fair point. Let's see, more super chats here. We have a guest. Hi, Viva.
Alita, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Let me just
happy Saturday.
Oh, sorry. Say that again.
I said happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday. I took the dog downstairs because I got a kid who fell asleep on the couch. So this might be the 20 minutes of silence today. How goes it?
Sure. Good. It's going fantastic. I have so many people here on this live stream, and it's amazing. Jeremy was here, as you saw earlier.
You know you've made it, and you'll get that pang of terror in your chest when you start seeing spamming. I knew I made it when I started getting the Russian sex bots in the spam. Like they were spamming links, and I was like, oh my god, these entities find a channel and then start spamming links to random links. But here it looks like you have some people who are going to be criticizing you because of their perceived impression of how you got the crowd you got, but you deserve every sub that you have now.
Oh, thank you.
And the world.
It's funny because I actually didn't even see the spam because I was so focused on the conversation in the super chats. That's a very good thing because I can imagine what they might have been saying based on what I know about other comments.
It's just negative comments are one thing, but negative is spamming when there is no slow mode is the only really abuse of the chat section. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, but
of course.
Alita, I'm putting out a video today about just the aggregate media lies and the bad takes on Twitter yesterday after the Rittenhouse verdict. It's like it's unleashed a load of incomprehension from people who have been believing these lies for the last year and a half, and they don't understand that reality does not fit with what they thought was reality, and it's like a meltdown. It's like a short circuit in a robot.
Yes, I agree. I'm looking forward to your video. That should be very good. I'm sure it'll be great, just like all the other ones that you've been coming out with on the subject.
This Rittenhouse, the massive amount of interest in Rittenhouse, it's going to fade over time, and then the question is, people have to realize that not all of law is going to be as all-encompassing and engrossing as this particular story. So people are going to have to be satisfied with, the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, which has not garnered as much attention, but a lot of people are following it closely.
Yeah.
And some of their upcoming stuff is going to be fun.
Yeah, no, I agree. And the one sad thing is that the Ghislaine Maxwell trial will not be televised. So that's going to be.
I didn't know that it's a federal trial. I didn't know, for whatever the reason. Apparently, federal trials are not broadcast. I still don't know.
For some reason, I hadn't pieced that together. Like after watching so many trials that are always state trials, I for some reason just hadn't pieced together that federal trials are almost never televised until I think it was Andrew Branca or someone that pointed it out.
Yeah, so it was. I mean, I was asking Barnes if they were going to be broadcasting the Don Lemon trial, which that I would love to be in the courtroom for, but apparently I think that's a federal trial as well, so not going to be broadcast.
Yeah.
Oh, if you read the jury verdicts, they actually concluded he was not guilty on the lower charges on the first day. Rosenbaum was the last one.
Interesting.
I don't know about that. I think they just acquitted on all the charges one by one. But I think once they found self-defense in any one of the charges, then all of the other charges would have fallen as well, unless I'm mistaken on something.
Yeah, I don't know. I think someone was saying that I think Nick Rekieta went through the jury verdicts. But I'd be interested to look at them and to see what we can pick apart from them.
Well, can you believe the responses? ACLU of Maryland blaming white supremacy. Like I don't know what world these people are living in where they want to turn everything into a racially motivated. I mean, the only racial motivation is in their own heads, and they look at. I don't want to give too much of my vlog away, but they look at a mixed race individual, because he apparently Rittenhouse is half Latino, who shoots 3 white individuals with extensive criminal records. That's a parentheses, and that's a white supremacy issue. It's delusional.
Yes. Yeah. And that's the convenience of race when it shows up in the public discourse, right? Because sometimes it's of utter importance, and then other times it gets completely ignored. And this is Kyle Rittenhouse is one of those situations.
I think it was Gad Sad, who basically who was someone in the chat will correct me. It was either Gad Sad or Thomas Sowell, but it might have been Gad Sad. Basically, all roads lead to racism. If something does happen, it's because of racism. If it doesn't happen, it's because of racism. If you don't see color, you're a racist. If you see color, you're a racist. It's the blinders. It's sort of the conclusion to which everyone has to come when that is how they view the world. Just define people by race, religion, ethnicity, gender, creed, and therefore everything they see is interpreted through that way, even when it's not there.
No, I think it's unfortunate. According to the filed forms, they made the first 2 not guilty decisions on Tuesday. Drumkick Man and Huber. Grasquitz not guilty was decided Wednesday. McGinnis and Rosenbaum not guilty decisions made Friday.
It's interesting. I didn't hear about that. I would have thought we would have known about them acquitting on the lesser charges, because the lesser charges were what everyone was talking about of the compromised verdict, which would have been finding him guilty on the lesser crime just to get him guilty on something. So I didn't know about that. That wasn't my understanding, but I definitely appreciate my understanding is not the expertise in this.
Yeah. Binger did civil law before he became a prosecutor. I heard that, but I don't know that for sure. Do you know?
I don't know. I would be, I mean, he has the civil law look to him where he's well kept, sharp, smooth. But
I think that would probably explain the suits.
It would explain the suits, but who goes from, I mean, I don't know who goes from civil, I presume it would be civil, well, it's civil law to criminal prosecution. That would be a weird shift. I would imagine it going the other way, if anything.
I would imagine that probably would have something to do with political aspirations.
Well, I hope, not I hope. His conduct deserves to be sanctioned, which in theory should put a little spoke in the wheel of political aspirations, but it does seem that politically motivated prosecutions these days are good for certain politics and not bad.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't get enough of I didn't get enough of the discussion with Jeremy, but the end of it sounded cool.
Oh yeah, no, it was very interesting to get his take and talking to him about like Wisconsin, Wisconsin culture and all that kind of stuff, and what would play well, what wouldn't play well, and I mean it definitely sounded like Binger and Krause do not have a good read on Kenosha in general, at least according to what Jeremy was saying, because it's everyone has at least shot a gun probably once, who would be on a jury, if they don't own one themselves. And so a lot of the points that they tried to play, I'm wondering then that maybe if those showings were not so much for the jury, but for the media, Like, I wonder if they would have played it differently if there weren't cameras in the courtroom.
It's interesting. Everything becomes different when there are cameras there. That's for sure. But just to this chat, the judge saw the same evidence as the jury, but didn't want to acquit. He wanted it to be the jury. So this is another thing that I didn't fully appreciate in criminal trials, that the matters of fact are left to the jury and the matters of law can be resolved by the judge. So
yeah,
seeing the same evidence is one thing. Having appreciated that evidence is the role of the jury. The admissibility, the judge is the gatekeeper. The admissibility of the evidence is on the judge, but the appreciation of that evidence is on the jury. So
yeah,
notwithstanding what the judge may have thought, it wasn't his role to play.
Right. Nick showed the jury notes on the 17th, the verdict for both Jump Kick Man and Anthony. On the 18th, for Gage, not guilty for Gage yesterday, not guilty for the others. Okay. Then I believe it. Sounds like a lot of people are corroborating this narrative. Loved you, Mercatus panel.
Oh, yes, sorry. I was going to
say. Oh, yeah.
Go for it.
Go ahead.
I was going to say the panel with Repercussions was amazing, because it was something where if it were not for 10, 12, it was 15 lawyers by the end of it, that, it made Nick's platform the platform for the discussion on this trial. Everyone brought in their respective communities, and it had the impact it had, and genuinely lifted the tide for all of these lawyerships on YouTube. I think it was great for everybody. Nobody was riding anybody's coattails whatsoever. Everybody was contributing to creating this particular movement that enlightened and opened the eyes of hundreds of thousands of people out there, and it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. And it's funny because it's like, I don't know, what kind of messages you were getting about the stream, like while we were doing it. I definitely got a number of people saying, like, you need to speak up more, you need to elbow your way in more, which is, of course, as we've kind of talked about. I know, guys, I know that's something that I've got to do. It's been a long thing that I've been working on. I've gotten better at it. but it's, sometimes it can be a little bit more difficult when you have that many people in there. But also at the same time, I also just liked listening to what other attorneys had to say, because there were so many intelligent and very well-respected attorneys on that stream that I didn't necessarily just want to be talking myself the whole time. I also wanted to learn from what they were saying and their perspectives.
No, for sure. And the other thing is, look, you're in a panel. Everyone has a different personality. It's a weird thing. If you try too hard to get a word in, it could sort of ruin the dynamic. Everyone has their personalities, and that's what makes everyone unique and special, and not in the kindergarten senses. And everybody has their own thing to bring to that panel. And it was
absolutely
the ability. Everyone should appreciate. It is a skill that Nick has to carry something for 8 hours. I mean, well, I was talking to my wife. It's a radio show, but with video. And Nick, has this talent. He also doesn't have the timidness of a good sense of humor, but a talent to carry 8-9 hours of stream and make it all interesting. But
the thing that's different from radio, is there's no commercial breaks. Like we were on the whole time. Like it was just a full cycle. But I love this super chat, because I for one, I don't think I will ever say the word havoc the same again.
Havoc and rough. Even
up on the rough.
I want to say havoc, but I don't want to look like I'm making fun of the accent. Havoc. I mean, it was.
I loved it.
Go crazy in the chat.
Yeah, and it's funny because like I found that I have a tendency to absorb accents too, like pretty quickly. Like, my first time that I was ever traveling around Europe as a young adult, and I had like 2 days in Dublin, and already I was saying perfect. And it's funny. I had friends roasting me the entire time because of that. But yeah.
The Wisconsin accent. I mean, the judge had it. It's I don't know. It sounds similar to the Fargonian, or I guess it's Minnesota accent. But the Fargo, the movie, for anybody who hasn't seen it, as a Canadian, we didn't find that accent all that funny, because it's kind of exactly what our accent is like here. So wasn't that hard to replicate if we wanted to. But the Wisconsin accent, and the judge had it. Richards had it. Sure, Fisi didn't have it as much, and Binger didn't have it at all. But my goodness. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I hear somebody coming in the house. This is the other dog. I might bring her downstairs to say hi to everyone.
Yeah, I've seen some of the photos, I think, on Instagram.
Yeah, she's a cute dog.
Aw. All the threats were there in the media. Yeah, I mean everything was caught on video. Hey, we have another guest. Well, hello,
Oh,
Mr. Uncivil Law.
Kurt.
How
Oh,
are
yeah.
you?
It's a glorious day for freedom. It's a glorious day for the United States and the jury system. It's a glorious day for Kyle Rittenhouse, as it should be.
Well, you know what the funny thing is?
Absolutely.
Everybody's seen Fight Club, and there was that scene when not Dirk Diggler, Tyler Durden, he took the guy out of the depiner, not the depiner, that's Quebec, the 7-Eleven, and he put a gun to him, and he said, "What did you want to be?" He said he wanted to be a vet, but he went, to work in the shop in the 7-Eleven to make ends meet. And he says, "You're going to go back to school. You're going to live out your dreams." And then as he, pulls the gun away, he lets him run off, and then he says to Ed Norton, "Tomorrow's going to be the most beautiful day. The air is going to smell wonderful. It's going to be the best breakfast he's ever had." And I watched it and it's like, no, he's not. He's going to be traumatized for the rest of his life. And I'm sort of looking at Kyle the same way, even though I don't want to feel that way. It's his first day of freedom, but he's still got to deal with all that trauma, and he's going to have to deal with a load of harassment going forward. Where I hope he enjoys this freedom, but I hope he can actually internalize it and make the most of it.
Yeah. No,
I won't begin to contemplate how Kyle will be dealing with this entire thing on a emotional and psychological level. People respond to stress and trauma in all kinds of ways, and sometimes counterintuitive ways. So, what will happen in Kyle's case? Who can even begin to say how he's feeling today? But I'm glad that he is, not sitting in a prison cell somewhere today. That's nice.
Yeah.
And not sitting with the sword of Damocles of potential life imprisonment over his head. It was as much of a touching acquittal as I've ever seen. And if you compare that to O.J. Simpson's response to his acquittal, maybe it's my own bias, but I felt a lot more sincerity in Rittenhouse than I did in O.J. Simpson.
No. It's just crocodile tears again, because, he didn't actually shed a tear. So it's a non-genuine emotion. It was faking for the camera because of the white supremacy.
Of course. So here's this super chat. What are your thoughts on the verdicts? R.E. Freeman and Hubert coming in on the 17th, Groskowitz on the 18th, Rosenbaum on the 19th.
Yeah, we discussed this a little bit on Nick's channel last night as well. It's interesting because we would have thought that the main issue would have been Rosenbaum, and from our sort of standpoint, that was a huge thing that if it didn't dictate the rest of the answers, it certainly strongly influenced them. But it's interesting that also the method of the resolution of how they dealt it. They didn't. That Groskowitz was harder than like Huber, even though Groskowitz had a firearm, which I find to be interesting. It's like these orders of operations are just interesting.
I wonder if it's because the skateboard actually hit him.
Yeah.
And the fact that came like instantly after the kick to the face, those two kind of happening almost simultaneously, that it seems like those are very, very real physical contact, points of physical contact where, people were actually attacking him and in ways that could be very, very serious, if not fatal.
Yeah. And then maybe they bought into this argument of it's just a small, tiny gun. And what's the tiny little gun between friends? The skateboard winds up being more deadly than the Glock 27. I've been wrong all these years.
But Kurt,
or maybe it's that holdout juror that the holdout said, okay, fine, I'll agree that the skateboard, the kick to the face and the skateboard and whatnot, like those were self-defense, but there's still this question about whether or not he was actually aiming it or whether his hands were up or something.
I couldn't say for sure, but I would think if it's really, a motivated political actor holdout juror, that why would they concede on anything?
Yeah.
Well, I think they would concede because they're going to get the blowback where if there's a mistrial, it's going to be because 11 people say that this one individual was a intransigent activist who would not budge, was grabbing at straws to try to convince others. I think the political backlash or the public backlash could have been much worse for the one holdout if it
against
became
anonymous juror. It's like, why do you care?
They're not going to remain. I'm not endorsing doxing. I don't think they're going to remain anonymous for very long. Some of them are going to come forward and try to exploit the stories, exploit their experiences, regardless of how people feel about that.
Yeah. By the way, Nate, I see you in the chat. I sent you a link, so check your DMs if you want to join. So let's see the next super chat. If there's a need for media, PR, and crowdsourcing management, does it make sense for the media lawyers to start a consultancy?
Maybe. I'm saying if you guys want to start a partnership with the entire crew,
I'm not opposed to forming some kind of a business out of this if there's clearly a need here.
I'll tell you one thing. I am traumatized from my practice of law. I say, like, in commercial litigation, you never see business relationships when they work. So as far as I'm concerned, business relationships never work. They fail.
It's going to be great, Viva. We're all going to go in as best friends into a business, and we'll be best friends forever.
Oh yeah, and no one's gonna one's gonna feel hard done by. No one's gonna think someone else is making more than them. It's look. The funny thing is, business relationships, I've realized now, they're like marriages, just more often than not without the sex, and every now and again with the sex. Anyhow,
and also with the 15 of us, which makes things even more confusing.
Well, also, I don't think anybody can come to Canada. You guys can't. We would have some serious transportation. I would have some. There would be some issues crossing the border for some people.
You're not allowed to be in Canada anymore. You have to come down to the U.S.
I would. Sooner than later. I don't think I'm going to mind that prospect all that much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna save you.
We've got another one. Hey, Nate, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How's everybody doing?
Good. How are you? Sorry, I kept the quartering all to myself when he was here. I probably should have invited more people.
Well, it's nice to know that the quartering is generally available. So maybe I'll try to reach out to him too.
Yeah, nice. For sure. It was a really great conversation having him here. I'm really happy that he joined.
I was around earlier. I listened to it. I tweeted. I think I tweeted the stream out too. It was a pretty good conversation earlier. Even though I know you had to. I remember you had to read the writing act about. Hey, why do you have somebody who's not a lawyer on? I'm like, your fans are so. They're so minutiae.
I know, but that's something that I especially as we were going through this whole process. I really kind of had this realization that it could be a really good thing to occasionally bring on obviously we've got our, who were we streaming with? I was on Legal Mindsets channel, yesterday, after everything ended. And we were talking about Eric Hunley and how I referred to him as our squib. Like we're all wizards and he's our squib. Not quite a muggle, but he's our non-lawyer that we typically live stream with. But we could do well to bring on more non-lawyers to talk about this stuff, right? Because it's like, especially like, it's always nice when we're talking, about a particular subject in the law. And we all know what each other, what the other person means. But sometimes it can be hard to know if the chat understands us. I mean, other than when they let us know in the chat. But when you have a panelist right there that's like, I actually don't know what that means. Can you enlighten me? It's super helpful for the conversation.
That's true. Well, one thing I do want to say, and one thing I do want to acknowledge is you and your channel and Kirk's channel has blown up like a bomb. So congratulations. I know it feels good because I remember when it happened to me. You guys should be grinning ear to ear, and it's happened at the best time possible time, right? The holidays. How better can the holidays be, right?
I crossed 40K. That's really, really nice.
I know. I saw that was amazing.
Legalbytes is at 30K, which is amazing for both of us. So
I mean,
at this pace, you're gonna beat me though, and that's just unacceptable. You have to stay behind me at all times.
I'm so happy for you guys. Yeah, no, it's amazing. I'm like so happy for you guys because we all know the struggle. We all know the YouTube struggle, and to see like this amount of success with everyone, it just was like it's so remarkable. So we have a lot to be thankful for.
I completely agree, and it was totally unexpected, but obviously very, very happy about it. And I mean, even like on Twitter, like I know I've talked about this before, but it's like it blows my mind because I literally had 2 weeks ago I had 300 followers. Like I would tweet something and like maybe get like 2 likes and be like, I guess I'm doing well. But
where are you at now?
Did anyone in the chat just see what Alita's cat did? Because Alita's cat literally just jumped up to the ceiling and then disappeared from existence. It was on your head.
he parkoured up to the next shelf. That's Holmes. For anybody that doesn't know, that isn't familiar, he is of course named after the fantastic Justice Holmes, Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr., the Supreme Court justice with the greatest whiskers in the history of the Supreme Court. And yeah, so he's named after him, and he is wonderful. He is the best cat that I have ever had. I love him so much, and don't let Astra, our other cat, hear that, but it's true.
If you bring up Jay Fields 21 here. He says, well, will Kyle win more than Sandman's $275 million? We still don't actually know what Sandman got, or even if it was a substantial settlement. He was suing for $275 million. There's zero chance he ever got $275 million. The argument, or the discussion, was whether or not he even got like 10, 15 million, or even $1 to $5 million. But I don't think anybody knows. I don't think it's been leaked.
Yeah, you know what? You'll never know. I hate those settlements because it's like, because there's a double-edged sword to that. Because like one time I was negotiating a settlement with an organization, but you really don't know how much your case is really worth, like, because there's like, you can't just look it up and say how much did this person get for this, right? Yeah. So you kind of got to look at judgments and all that stuff. So it's really hard to figure it out. So
yeah, in something like employment litigation, it's easier because you can take like several multiples of their salary, or or something like that. But and then tack on a certain amount for emotional harms and et cetera, et cetera. So you can, it's a little bit easier there, but even still, like it's very much, it's not exactly a science.
Well, I gotta say, even if I were to know, I'm the vault of all vaults. So even if I were to know, or did in fact know, I would never tell a soul unless it became public. But the public, there's been some hypothesizing as to how much it was. And we all made our bets, but I don't know that we're ever going to be able to settle our bets, because we may never find out this particular. Brian Stetler did say something where they alluded to the fact that it was not a big settlement, and then there was a threat to go after Stetler for violating the confidentiality. I think Brian, did he not allude to the fact that it wasn't that big of a settlement? No. I think someone in the chat can refresh my memory. And then I know I did a video on it, and then the question was, did he divulge the terms of it, contrary to the terms? And then the argument was whether or not he even knew. Yeah, people say for sure it was 1 million plus. You hope so, but
yeah, I don't.
I'm not sure I really see any obvious defamation suits here. The situations are a bit different. In the Sandman case, it was neither a public person nor a matter of public concern. The media made he didn't do anything to inject himself into public concern status. So the standard of review for Sandman was just simple negligence, which is much easier. This is a matter of public concern with Kyle Rittenhouse. It's hard to get much more public concern than a murder trial. Yeah. Right. So
it was a question of public concern. I mean, he became a public figure involuntarily, but he did. The issue is, though, statements that were made up until the acquittal, I think, are one thing. Statements made after the acquittal, if anyone refers to him as a convicted murderer, for example, I mean, that would be
convicted murderer, I would agree, but murderer, I'm not so sure, because
how about crossing state lines with illegally with a gun? I mean, now that we know that legally this is no longer a tenable statement to make.
Sure, yeah, because there's no facts to support that particular claim. So there are specific claims that could still be actionable. But as to like broader claims, like he's a murderer or he was a provocateur or things like that, one of the problems is the standard of review. The standard at a criminal trial and the standard at civil trial are far different. You just need preponderance of the evidence at a civil trial, which incidentally, I don't think you have. It's just a much harder claim than at the criminal trial, where you just need reasonable doubt. So it's, 51, it's 49% versus 3 or something in the math, and sort of the difference of the two things. And also, there's probably enough information that the prosecution themselves made the information from which you can say, here are the facts, here's the conclusion I'm drawing. Even if that conclusion seems a bit absurd, but the underlying facts are potentially there, and opinion is not defamation.
Opinion's going to kill him.
So I don't see anything obvious in terms of defamation lawsuits. And even if you had something like he crossed state lines with an illegal gun, which has been proven false, the question would be proving damages. The question would be showing reputational harm because of that at this point.
That's the biggest thing for me is the reputational harm. It's because the damage has already been done through the process of this trial. That nothing that any individual person says is going to make that any worse than it already is for him.
Yeah.
I would say the what was I about to say? No, rehashing the very same accusations for which he was found not guilty. Again, nominal damages, if only for retractions, but it won't happen. Even with, and especially with Bill de Blasio's idiotic statement or the ACLU white supremacy. I mean, it's just become laughable where people are just, repeating the same statements as though we haven't just gone through a 2.5 week trial to disprove exactly what they're saying. But such is confirmation bias.
It's interesting. Most people who I talk to about the Rittenhouse trial, who would say like, he's a murderer, he's this, he's that. Generally, I'll say, well, what do you know about the facts of the case? And as soon as we start getting down the facts, that's when it all falls apart, right? Well, he went to a protest and started murdering people. Like, that didn't happen, right?
No.
Somebody chased him. Oh, well, he was there illegally. Like, no, the gun was legal and the curfew order was illegal. Like, when you start breaking down all those misconceptions, and then at the end, it's like, well, he shouldn't have been there in the first place. Well, you're saying that this young man had a legal right to be there just like anybody else, and he was carrying a legal weapon. As a matter of fact, the only person who had the illegal weapon was one of the people he shot. So you're saying that that he went to somewhere where he was legally allowed to be with the weapon he was legally allowed to have, and he's the person in the wrong, in a crowd with everyone has all these legal weapons, right? There's a whole bunch of people who have legal weapons there. So what it comes down to is that a lot of times I think the people on the left are so desperate to make Rittenhouse into the villain that it's like, damn the facts. And even last night on MSNBC, matter of fact, I'll share this video. It's insane the amount of lies this person's going to tell after the verdict, or everything this man's going to tell you on MSNBC is an actual lie. It's shocking that this is actually cold news, and that's in MSNBC. We can read that.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I finally found where we left off with the super chats.
Are you having the problem? So many coming in, you can't keep track anymore.
I'm not humble bragging. I'm really trying to keep up here.
Leader, you're gonna have to give up sooner than later. That's for sure. But
yeah, you're not gonna be able to get them all.
Gosh, no, I'm determined for as long as I possibly can. But I really do appreciate people. I would pay to subscribe to your legal TV network. That would be awesome. We were talking about this earlier about the possibility of I mean, and I know we were also talking about a business opportunity, but yeah,
we'll start getting investors into our IPO, and then we'll run away with the money. That'd be great.
That's right,
lawyers. But there was somebody who earlier was talking about, like what if we put we put together some sort of a TV situation where we sent someone into the courtroom and we had our own cameras in there. I mean, that way we wouldn't be able to be yeeted off of YouTube for supposed copyright violations, right? At least that would be one less thing.
Well, one thing. Hopefully, if the things go right with the what's the woman's name? Cardi B trial, we may have that situation where we'll have somebody in the courthouse and someone else broadcasting it. So we're trying to set that up. But again, we'll see.
And it's a state court lawsuit, correct?
No, she's a criminal trial, state court criminal trial.
Ooh, okay, no, so it is going to be broadcast. So
yeah, yes,
there may be something in the works. We'll see. I gotta get caught up on the Cardi B, so I'll have to go watch Nate's previous videos. But yeah, that does not have as much interest as Rittenhouse.
No.
This kick-started a movement that's going to follow for future lawsuits, and it's amazing.
I think so, and that's another good point that for what you just said, Vivo, that you're in good company when you also can get caught up by looking at your friends' videos.
Yep.
You've got a good group of friends there. But yeah.
Oh, so this is what we're talking about, the defamation. And it's funny because my wife was like, "Why are you picking up all the black NAACP people?" I'm like, "I'm not. They're the ones that telling the lies. It's not me picking on them. It's just me pointing it out."
You're picking on them with the facts.
Yeah, it's like I'm sorry. I don't care about the race of the people who are lying. They're lying. What can I say?
Yeah. Here's a question. Thoughts on the first 80 to 90 minutes of President Kamala Harris's regime? I thought it was a fantastic moment of healing and a just verdict for Mr. Rittenhouse. Her justice system works and works well. God bless America.
Can you believe that Oh crap! My light just went out. The confession through projection of Kamala's statement. She literally locked people away for like low-level drug crimes, and now she's again, she wants to persecute and what's the word? Imprison more youth. It's terrible. I'm gonna try to fix this.
Does Wisconsin have an ethical review board that might look into the apparent Fifth Amendment and Brady violations committed by the prosecutors?
They sure
I mean,
do.
I would expect the bar, right, to be,
that would be
to
the
be
one.
looking at that.
Yeah.
I would hope that they would, but I've said before, I don't know enough about what goes on in the Wisconsin bar to know the likelihood of that.
As I said before, there was a study done a couple years ago where they reviewed prosecutorial misconduct that resulted in either charges being dropped or sentences being reduced or things like that. And even in those kinds of cases, there was a 2% rate of prosecutors being brought before the ethics committee. So I wouldn't bank on it.
Man,
but there's so much here, though. My God, there's so much here.
Prosecutors are scum, and they get away with everything. Am I right, Nate?
Well, I would say there are good prosecutors.
I know. I was being overly brazen.
Don't get brazen with us.
I know.
It's funny. The Arbery trial just literally blew up on Friday too, and it's funny because how no one
even
recognized it. Nobody's even recognized.
I think the judge's reading is wrong.
I think it's right.
I think
you do.
See, we got a fight here.
I think it's correct. I think it makes perfect sense. I think it makes perfect sense the way that he read it, because what I mean, like what? So the statute otherwise, like if you take the defense framing of it, the statute then means that because you have a reasonable suspicion, even probable cause to think that somebody committed a felony at some point, but like not connected to any timeliness issues, like you can then go and round them up. That doesn't seem right. There has to be a timeliness connection, in my opinion.
Well, as long as they're escaping, and then we get into fun definitions about what the hell that means, and I don't want to talk about that anymore.
Yeah, right. Because it's like, oh, they're escaping over the next 2 months, just like living their life, but they were, always walking away from me. Like there are all kinds of weird,
but I mean, putting aside the time frame issues that might be in the second sentence, which I acknowledge, but I think the other reading is better. It's like because the way I read it, if it's committed in your presence, then you can do a citizen's arrest. So that seems to be global. It's like misdemeanor or felony, take your pick. If it's in your presence, you can do a citizen's arrest, fine. And then it goes on to part 2. If it is a felony and you have probable cause and they're escaping, then you can do a citizen's arrest. So it's like, I don't think you need both. I think it's an either or. It's like either it's in your presence or you have probable cause that's been committed. And then we have a discussion about how the time frames, but it's like, but I think the defense's argument and objections better because it does seem to moot. The judge's reading does seem to moot the second half, because what would be the point of saying, fleeing, and what would be the point of saying probable cause if it's already being committed in your presence? Because it's in your presence, so you have more than probable cause at that point.
Just because something happens in your presence doesn't mean you have probable cause for a crime. A probable cause is it's a little bit, because now you got to determine if a particular person did a particular crime. So for instance, smoking marijuana. If I turn around and I smell marijuana, that happens in my presence. I turn around and I see that whole group of people. Now probable cause for who becomes. So even though it happened in my presence, I don't have probable cause to arrest the group, but maybe have probable cause to arrest the person with the joint in their hand or something like that. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think the judge's reading of it is correct based on the precedent, and I think that's the kicker. The precedent is what defines how the law is now. And when you read it, they said that this right of citizen's arrest extinguishes after that moment, right? You can't. And that's Michael's whole argument. I saw him commit a burglary 12 days ago. If you don't catch him then and you don't chase him then, 12 days later, you don't have the right to arrest him. Your right to arrest him has extinguished unless he commits another felony at that particular time. But since they gave that argument up, I don't even know why we're going to the jury. At this point in time, they should, it's like a plead guilty moment.
Yeah, basically, well, the defense is right as a practical matter. If the judge's read is right, then yeah, you basically are giving a directed verdict, because you're right. They've already conceded half of it. If you need both, you're done. So yeah. So if the judge's read is right, they're screwed. I think they're screwed anyway, for all the reasons I've discussed. many times, because it didn't seem to, the whole citizen arrest thing is obviously a sham.
Yeah.
They didn't know what they were arresting him for. They didn't have anything beyond mere suspicion. They didn't think that he had committed a crime that day. The whole thing is crap. So I think that, you know, even under my preferred rating of the statute, I still think they're guilty as shit. So, yeah.
That's why, I mean, I think that trial was not getting the same coverage as Rittenhouse. It was not as controversial, and it's weird how the media tends to hype up the ones that are controversial because they get more clicks and they get more interest.
Yeah.
But no, we'll see. So what do you expect next come Monday morning for the McMichaels?
Well, essentially, because their whole defense was this, you know, self-defense based on this citizen's arrest. Now that you don't have the citizen's arrest, if they don't convince that judge to change that jury charge, they're guilty more or less by default, right? Because they've already admitted it didn't happen in our presence. So, you know, and we didn't have immediate knowledge. Our defense was we saw him commit a burglary 11 days before. And soon as the instruction says, well, then your right to a citizen's arrest extinguished that day because you didn't catch him, and it doesn't it doesn't come to life again 14 days later. They're guilty.
I buy. If the case law provides for a time frame, so the statute says it implies openness, but the case law says there's a time frame, then I'm happy with that interpretation too. So that would also be fine by me.
What the weapons in the McMichaels? What were they? Were they the same types of
shotgun and shotgun and handgun? Yeah, see, a lot of the big issue, and this is one thing about both these cases, which is very annoying. In both the Arbery case and in the Rittenhouse case, a lot of people came to poor conclusions based on misunderstanding either the law or the facts in that particular case. Like the law in the Arbery case was like the big thing, and everybody's trying to read it. But then when I thought that would be settled when the court, the defense attorney, the prosecutor, and everybody said, "Hey, this is the standard." People were still saying it was a lower standard. Then even with the Rittenhouse case, you say, well, this is a clear self-defense case, and here's everything. People are still. So I think that's one of the things that we try to do. We try to educate people and say these are the principles that are going to underlie these cases. So when you do have a conviction, people not only if you agree with it or not, it's best we're trying to make sure that you understand why it's happening. And I think that's the thing that's going to happen with the Arbery case, because Arbery is essentially Rittenhouse in reverse. Rittenhouse was being chased. Rittenhouse just happened to have a gun. In this case, Arbery was being chased, but Arbery didn't have the gun. And that's kind of how you have to look at these two cases if you're trying to align them both.
The funny thing is, I was just thinking out loud is if the guns in the McMichaels and Ahmaud Arbery case were AR-15s, and if they were a weapon that could be politically weaponized as opposed to a shotgun and a handgun, might there be more media trying to whip this one up into a political topic? But other than that, it was just ugly facts from the beginning. And for all the time they had to chase Arbery, they could have video recorded him, taken pictures, sent it to the authorities, and then let it go through the predictable process of the judicial system or the police, and not have it escalate for what they say citizens arrest. I don't know at what point someone doesn't think they're getting kidnapped at gunpoint on the street, but
and then that's for all those people out there who want to be vigilantes, and that's what the media has been now spinning. You're going to have all these vigilantes out there. For all those people who believe that vigilante justice is some way of life in the United States, be forewarned. The difference between a citizen's arrest and the rest of your life in jail is being right all the time. See, police officers who are sworn don't have to be right? If they arrest you and they make a mistake, the system is built to say, okay, you can get some civil remedies for that, but that's a mistake. And they are allowed to do that because we don't expect them to be right all the time, as long as they have good faith belief. But you as a citizen, if you're making an arrest and that person happens not to have done anything, you have just committed either kidnapping or false imprisonment, which are both felonies, and you could be spending years in prison. That's the danger of a citizen's arrest. And I think a lot of people think that it's easy to go out there and people, like they're saying, everybody's going to go out there and make these citizens arrests. That's just not true, because if you do, you are really putting yourself up to a high degree of liability. That's why cops are sworn. That's why cops are insured. And that's why cops are trained every year against liability. Don't go out there and start committing citizens arrests and destroy your life, because you got to be right. That's the one thing. And that's what the McMichaels didn't have. They were wrong. In this instance, they were wrong on the law. Their lawyer was wrong on the law. And now they may spend the rest of their lives in jail.
Well, I've been wrong on the law in this case as well, so I guess I'm in good company.
Here's a question that a couple people have asked in the chat. What are prosecutors going to do with all the cases pending outcome of this trial? And I think they're referring to the Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
Well, I don't know. Maybe
maybe
they'll drop them all tomorrow.
Well, yeah, because generally the way it works is that, and this is something I didn't like about what they did and what Binger was doing. Generally, like here in New York, if there's deals that the prosecutor's giving a witness a deal, they just are we giving you a deal, and the witness goes up there and says yes, the prosecutor's giving me an offer, blah, 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 right? Because it's not like a secret. Here they tried this. There was like this scumbag move where it's like, well, he's actually not. I have no deal. I have nothing. I'm just over here, giving my story, at the mercy of the prosecution and the government. It's like nobody believes that. Nobody, you know what I'm saying? Why not just be honest with it? So even when Binger was doing that, it was kind of letting me say, like, this is some underhanded stuff, right? But I think essentially what's going to happen with those cases, if those people have done what Binger asked, they've probably had some type of backdoor agreement, and now they're going to get the fruits of their labor. Look at Gage Grosskreutz. His testimony brought him, he had an illegal weapon. That's gone, right? He had a couple of DWI charges. That's gone. So, so this helped him in the long run. Being shot, helped get all those criminal charges away, helped his illegal gun charge. So it's a shame.
Does do either of you or any of you or anyone in the chat know, like, did he have reconstructive surgery on his bicep? Like, did they take muscle from another part of his body?
I was hoping that probably that's my guess, because I wouldn't be surprised if they would have shown it, because that would have been very illustrative of the injury, right? To show like this is what he has to live with now for the rest of his life. So I wouldn't be surprised if it actually doesn't look that bad because of the fact that they didn't show it.
I would have liked. I'm curious from a medical perspective. Looking at his demeanor, it didn't look like he had. I'm sure he has some permanent incapacitation, but
there's a picture on it though. There's a picture online though. You can see that.
Like
I
post healing.
No, like right at like when he was in the hospital, they showed like the picture of it. You can see pictures of it online. If you just Gage Grosskreutz gunshot, it's there. Yeah,
because I suspect what they do is they take like a muscle from another part of the body, and then he goes through some serious rehab to build up the muscle into something functional and almost.
I don't know about what it looks now, but during the shooting, like right after the shooting, you can see like how it was. So.
Yeah.
Well, maybe
here's an interesting question from a lawyer in Poland. He said, "Can you tell me, are people with disabilities able to own a gun in the U.S.? Here, it's almost impossible to get it."
Yes.
It all depends on what disabilities, though.
Yeah, I was going to say probably.
No, not too much, but yeah.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say. Is there's probably a distinction between physical and mental disabilities. This was for Jeremy earlier, I guess. Unfortunately, can't ask him. Sorry, guys.
Well, even in the case of mental disabilities, by law, you have to be adjudicated mentally defective. So,
okay, that's a good point.
Yeah. Under 22G3, I think, if memory serves correctly.
Curious, what kind of disabilities would in Canada, I don't think there's any disabilities other than histories of mental unwellness that play a factor. I don't think physical disabilities do.
Yeah,
but it's virtually not virtually, but it's very, very difficult to own a small arm. In Canada, hunting rifles are much easier, but small arms you have to have a special license, and it's like it's and the laws about them are insane, because you can really only use them for target practice. And at home, they have to be stored properly, and you can barely even transport them without notifying the officer who's in charge. It's virtually criminalized.
Yeah.
Check out this video after the super chat. I shared it. It's funny.
Okay. So have you guys heard about this case, the Andrew Coffey, the fourth case out of Florida?
Somebody's been told, yeah, I've been seeing it on Twitter, but I haven't looked into it though.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. Let me move a couple super chats out of the way first. Interesting. Yeah. He made some really, really fast decisions there.
And 0.7 seconds. It's like, what do people want? What do people really expect? 0.7 seconds. Like they wanted him to think about his life and all these different things. It's like that. There's almost no time.
I'm convinced that he survived by pure fluke and not by methodical training. I think it's just that's the way it played out. It was
he was born with it.
Yes, and being scared. But I think that sometimes he was scared to pull the trigger, because that's what you see with those last minute pulls. Generally, can get you killed. But I think he was so scared to pull the trigger that's why it just even that last guy that was running up to him. He could have, so that guy started moving toward him. He could have shot, but he held until the guy got, and then when the guy went back, he ran off. So, let me play this. Sorry.
families
Trigger discipline
of the
was amazing.
victims of this murder.
Talked about this one.
Here's a 17-year-old who came across state lines with a firearm that he purchased illegally, driven by his mother to a community that did not invite him, allegedly protecting property that was not his property, and to support law enforcement officers who didn't need support. And so
Because they weren't there.
Reason for him to be there. The fact that this judge dismissed the armed charges, which should not have shouldn't have been dismissed. The real question here is: was there a federal crime committed?
Nope.
Now they're asking for federal crime.
This is
Are you played out?
This
Sure,
is
go ahead.
there's a super chat for that
I know
too.
the answer already. I know the
The
answer.
Biden
No.
administration will be bringing federal charges in this case. Do we have a U.S. attorney that's been appointed in this jurisdictions so that we can look at whether or not this young man should be charged? You and I both know, had this person been African American or Latino, he would be behind bars tonight. And unfortunately,
He is Latino.
This is hold on. Just appreciate this though.
We talked about that earlier when Jeremy was here.
MSNBC, right? This is prime time MSNBC.
And this is post verdict. I thought, listen to
You
this,
look
I thought
at it, yeah.
a
This
year
is
ago.
post-verdict. This is his response to the verdict. This is what he's saying about the verdict.
Let's just take his hypothetical thought experiment of if the individual were black, they'd be in jail. I'm sorry, the kid who just shot up the high school was released on bond the same day, was posting pictures to social media. So nice thought experiment. It's not how it played out in reality.
Let me tell you how it would have played out. If Kyle Rittenhouse were black, all of us would have agreed that the answer was the same. And the mainstream media would start talking about how it's not really black and, you know, how he's an Oreo and Uncle Tom and all the rest of it, because that's what they do all the time. It's like, if you're not with us, you're against us. So he's not part of the intersexual coalition. They disown his ass.
This takes a special level of dishonesty because we quite literally just had that case of the high school shooting, which they attributed to bullying, where he in fact shot his teacher in the back and was out on bond of $75,000 the same day. So whoever this individual is, bullcrap. You need to learn the news because you're actually wrong in your thought experiment.
Yes, I agree. And this next super chat is a little bit on the nose. Can you explain
Nate's
to a
on mute,
European?
Yeah, I got it. I saw it.
Can you explain to a European why the media is allowed to report straight up lies like that, especially about an ongoing trial, without it quickly becoming the most inexpensive business model ever?
Freedom of speech, baby. Freedom of speech.
Yeah, this man's allowed to spout his lies on national TV, and nothing happens.
They do it.
Yeah,
in Canada
it's
too.
too close to a case for a defamation case.
the families of the victims will not receive justice.
Listen to this next question. This is crazy.
What is the role of civil rights organizations in like the part of?
Because on average, an African American was being lynched every day when we were created in 1909. And so for our advocacy voice, ones, we must reform our criminal justice systems. Two, in terms of the communities that we represent, that we must encourage a heightened engagement, particularly when you have judges who are elected or jury pools that are not as diverse as necessary.
So he's blaming it. Now, mind you, the one thing about I think people are going to miss here is that there were Black people on this jury. There were Hispanic people on this jury. This was a mixed jury, right?
What was the demographic, Nate? I thought there was one Black jury member, and I thought the 11 were.
That's in Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse, it's 11-1.
Oh, wait, do you mean Rittenhouse or McMichael?
Not Rittenhouse. I mean, Arbery. Arbery was
okay.
11-1.
Sorry.
One Black woman, but this was a mixed jury. And the interesting part about it is that why does it even matter what the race of the jury is, right? I assume if this was an all Black jury, they would have come to the same conclusion based on these facts, unless we're saying that, that because they're Black, they would have found him guilty for being white with a gun. And, it's like, this is insane. And they're only seeing it in this race-based fog that doesn't really exist, right? If you look at the facts that he laid out, and just really think about this, look at the facts that he laid out. All wrong, all incomplete, doesn't tell the story, and then places it to, hey, this is a messed up justice system. The problem is, Pete, there are so many people who are out there believing that. And when you see people now respond, I don't blame the people on Twitter who says, Nate, you don't know the full story. I blame people like that, who's the head of the NAACP, who has the people to research, who should easily know the facts, who can go out on television and spout straight up lies. That's the problem.
There you go. Oh, is Viva muted?
Yeah, Viva's giving his response. Go ahead, Viva. Tell us what it is. Get trapped. He's trapped in the camera. Tell it, Viva. We hear it. We hear it. We hear every moment.
What's going on
I'm
here?
an absolute idiot is what I am. Sorry. What I was trying to say is I have been summoned upstairs because a napping child is now napping no more. So,
Oh, no.
I'm such a buffoon. Alita, congratulations on
Yes.
everything. Thanks for
Thank
we'll do
you.
this. I'm game to do this whenever, and if ever I can sneak away from. Oh boy, I hear some noise. Nate, Kurt, I'll see you guys soon. Enjoy the weekend.
See you Monday.
Yes, thank you so much for joining.
Oh yeah,
See you
Monday.
Viva. Yeah, we're doing Monday.
Absolutely.
All right. Oh, you guys are welcome to come on. We're doing the Arbery closing arguments, and they're giving it to the jury.
I would love to.
I'm hoping the jury thing is just going to be like a day and a half or 2 days because it's like
we can do another watch.
Yeah,
we can do a week-long watch. Well, day 4.
The one thing is noon Eastern time. I'm going to be live streaming here because I'm going to have Will Chamberlain on.
Oh, Will Chamberlain's going to be on.
So yeah.
Nice get.
Yeah.
Thank you. In your opinions, was the pivotal part of the evidence what was used to try to show provocation? There really wasn't any before the last day. I mean, that really was the only thing that I could really point to that was kind of in favor of the prosecution, but it was junk. It still was junk.
You know, the prosecution, just so everybody understands why the prosecution lost this case. They literally had 2 theories of the case that conflicted each other. Their first theory of the case, as you heard in their opening statement, was that Kyle was an active shooter, and Kyle chased down Rosenbaum and executed him, right, in cold blood. But then, at the end of the case, that changed. It changed to Kyle provoked Rosenbaum to chase him, to confront him, and all that stuff. So those 2 theories, they're the reasonable doubt. Yeah, the reasonable doubt from that case didn't come from the defense. It came from the prosecution. All the stuff that was helpful to the defense came from the prosecutor. Grosskreutz, what's his name, McGinnis, everything. And then by them changing their story, it's like how even if you believe the prosecutor proved their case, my question would be, what case did they prove? Because they had 2 stories. They had 2 stories. If that's not reasonable doubt, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I agree. What do you guys think about this this NBA statement from the super chat?
I hate it.
What did they say?
Not a surprise. I mean, basically the same thing that the ACLU and others have been saying.
I hate the ACLU.
A terrible day.
The ACLU is really pissing me off. Not for the first time, but they've been pissing me off for quite a few years now. I was a member of the ACLU many years ago, and they lost me permanently. I can't remember which one it was, but it was one of the cops who was charged with, killing an unarmed whatever, and the grand jury came back with a no true bill, and the ACLU came out with this statement that made it seem that like only a true bill was the correct conclusion.
Oh no! And
the fact there's a no true bill, the grand jury didn't indict, was a testament to whatever. And I wrote them, and I'm like, this is a strange position for the ACLU. You're supposed to believe in, due process and right to juries and all the rest of it. So someone not being indicted would seem to, I don't see how that really goes with the ACLU. And they wrote me back something that didn't persuade me, but it's only gotten worse from there. And the ACLU's most recent statements, like, you're supposed to be in favor of the Bill of Rights, which includes the right to an attorney, the right to due process, the right to presumption of innocence, the right to a jury of your peers, the right to confront witnesses against you, and so forth and so on. And so you're starting to talk about white supremacy and white supremacists. And I'm like, what ACLU are you, man? I don't. Yeah. This is disheartening. Am I alone on this?
No, not at all.
No, not at all. It's weird because, don't get me wrong, I do understand wanting to be on the right side of history, right? I do understand that. But if you're going to do it, just have the facts behind you, right? If the facts are behind you, then it makes it so much easier. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand the Kyle Rittenhouse case is a sexy case, right? But the first, if you go on Twitter, I think 50% of the people still think that Kyle Rittenhouse shot black people.
Yep.
That's a problem, right? That's a problem because that's not true.
That is something that is easily fixed.
Yeah, but some people won't believe it though. Yeah, some people will not believe, even when you correct them, they will not believe it.
That's what I mean. It's easily fixed by the media is really what I'm saying here.
I know what you meant.
So earlier, Jeremy and I talked about the Crystal Kaiser case. I wasn't too, or I'm still not too drawn up on the facts of the case, but I understand some of the details. Do you guys have any thoughts on on that one? Do you guys know about it?
I do not.
I just started to see today people on Twitter posting about it. It's a young woman who's a young Black woman who was in some sort of a human trafficking situation, and she shot and killed the guy. But apparently there's a timeliness issue, so it wasn't necessarily in like the heat of any kind of a moment. It was like supposedly, from the facts that have been recited to me, they include her like leaving and then coming back and shooting him and burning down the house or something like that.
Okay.
So very interesting case. I definitely want to look it up. It's apparently also in Kenosha.
Is it?
So yes.
Joy.
Yeah. Yeah. So sorry, Mr. K. I couldn't get to it before Jeremy left. I'm really sorry about that. But here's another one. Oh, yes, I am from the 949, Orange County. Hung out at the Spectrum and Wild Rivers and fought traffic through the El Toro Y, El Toro High here. Yes, I went to Mission Viejo High School, John Beck. Happy to have you here, fellow Southern Californian, from Southern Orange County.
What are we talking about now? Yeah, no.
There was a super chat that was asking where I was from. He was putting together where I was from based on some of the stuff I was talking about, because Jeremy and I were talking about the Activision Blizzard case a little bit earlier. We got into that a little bit, which was fun. Nate, what's this?
This is the Young Turks. Now obviously we expect them to give us extremely great facts, right, to let us know what they're talking about. So this is their reaction to the Rittenhouse not guilty verdict, and let's listen to the way they're gonna honestly tell us what this all means. Listen to this.
Good.
This is their honesty.
Lord.
Look, I care about the implications of this far more than the individual details.
Oh no.
The implications more than the individual details. Basically meaning I don't care about the facts.
Of the particular.
Here we go.
The whole thing. Look, I care about the implications of this far more than the individual details of the particular case, but this leaves us with 1,000 interesting questions. So if it's just self-defense in the first case, so someone shoots nearby, so he gets to kill someone nearby. So you can just carry a gun, and anytime you hear a loud noise, you get to shoot someone. Like that's insane. You should have to prove that there was a good and then after he shoots the first person, anyone else nearby with a gun would have presumably heard that shot, so they get to shoot someone that's standing near them too. This is insane. And one of the most frustrating things for me about the right-wing response to this is many of them will immediately say, well, it's self-defense, it's law. You are not allowed to express any issue with the way self-defense is defined generally.
I have no problem with that. I just want you to actually think it through and think about what the implications of your revised perspective are. If you want to criticize self-defense law, I'm down for that. Just think it through.
Look at the way he's just somebody throws a bag at Kyle and he heard a loud noise, so he guns down this kid. Yeah. That's not what happened at all, right?
No. He ignored so much evidence that came in at trial. Willfully so.
He doesn't care. They don't care
because it doesn't fit the narrative. That's why.
Yeah, this is almost embarrassing. This is almost embarrassing.
He should be embarrassed. He absolutely should be embarrassed that he has his face on the internet saying this crap. Absolutely, he should be ashamed because he looks stupid to anyone that actually knows the facts.
But you know who doesn't look stupid too? The people who are not going to check, who are going to be lazy and believe what he says and says, oh, you know what? This is an informed opinion because there are people who are giving them this information. I trust their system, but their system is full of lies and it's propaganda. And that's all they're pushing. And it's sad because that's why I keep saying a lot of times we're not arguing with people who know who've looked into this and have bad facts. They are trusting other people who are giving them bad facts. And that's our argument.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, could you give a general analysis of what constitutes a hostile work environment? This was because we were talking about Activision Blizzard. I mean, so for a hostile work environment, it really has to be pervasive and continuous. So for example, if we're talking about a case that has sexual harassment, and then the basis of sexual harassment for a hostile work environment, you have to show that there's like repeated jokes, carton drawings that are put up that are as jokes, quote unquote, that are just like every day that somebody has to deal with. So that's an example of what that would look like. But yeah, basically continuous.
Well, listen, guys, I have to run. I got to go do some stuff. Yeah, but
thanks so much for coming in.
Well, I just was coming to shoot a couple of quick text messages, and I'm like, oh no, right? I'll jump on in. Cool, let's make it a party now.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I find it super helpful because otherwise it's just me kind of talking through these super chats.
You're like Nick. You're gonna go through them all. I tell people, send them. I'll knock them down, but I can't knock them down. I can't knock them all down, but that's why Nick gets so much love, though. That's why Nick gets so much love.
I mean, and that's why, like, I really try to at least show them, especially if it doesn't necessarily have a question, but more of a statement. I want to at least show them on the screen if possible, so long as they're not offensive. So I do retain the right to to keep something from the screen if it's gonna cause me problems for the channel.
I like that. There's a little legal. What is it? A little legal disclaimer from the Legalbytes. I will see you guys. I will definitely see you guys a little later. Hey, listen, don't forget, Kurt.
Yo.
Did you do a Rittenhouse recap last night? Because I didn't see it.
I did.
All right, I gotta go check it out.
And then I went on with Nick, and I had some alcohol. It was great.
Oh yeah, I saw you on with Nick, but I was like, did I miss his recap? I'll go check it out. You did. All right, I'm gonna go watch it right now. Take care, guys. I'll see you guys a little later.
See ya. So let's see here. Katie and her baby's justice. But yeah, so what did you do to celebrate after the verdict? Anything?
Man, I'm just happy just to be able to breathe, and just happy to do these streams with people, and celebrating a little bit on my channel's growth and stuff like that. It's like, man,
oh my God, yeah.
It's like now I was worried about being able to hit 30, and now I've hit 40. It's like, geez, where's 50? Can I do a 50?
Yeah.
It's like, what do I have to do to get another 10,000 this year?
I was trying to strategize like how to get to 10,000 by the end of this year. That was my line of thinking.
if you go crazy and you start insulting everyone, I think you can get to 10,000 by the end of this year.
Just make everybody leave.
Yeah, exactly.
Kurt, how do you prove that you're not a cat?
I don't know. How do I prove I'm here? How do I prove you're here? I'm solipsistic. I'm the only one that really exists.
Yeah, I think I might be living in a simulation. That's definitely a possibility. Especially that's at least been my line of thinking with the crazy growth of the channel. This is a super chat for you.
Okay.
On civil law.
Hey.
Very nice. Very true. Cuomo tweet was hideous. Oh, I didn't see his tweet. Did you see his tweet? By any chance?
I did. And he was saying again about bringing the guns across state lines. He was saying it. And then people were correcting him. And that was great. So he said bringing guns across state lines. And then people corrected him. He said something like the right wing or conservatives or whatever it is. He said like conservatives who were talking about the fact that the gun wasn't brought across state lines are missing the point. Like, I'm not sure where 100% are. We know the facts. You do not know the facts.
Yeah. Turns out the BLM group, the leader of the BLM group outside the courthouse last night was a Moorish national sovereign citizen. I didn't hear about that. Did you hear about that?
No, but that's kind of hilarious.
It's interesting. Kyle is a white person, European. Hispanic is an ethnicity, not a race. There are white, black, indigenous, and mixed people in Hispanic countries.
I don't know what the difference 100% between ethnicity and race is, and I'm not sure I want to figure it out.
As far as public discourse is concerned, in the ways that race is made relevant by the media, I would say that Latino is one of the categories that seems to be cared about in those circles in those kinds of conversations. So, I mean, we can definitely get into the weeds about race and ethnicity being social constructs, or all kinds of stuff like that, like historically when they started to come about. But yeah, I think that for all intents and purposes, we're using the language that is being used colloquially, if you want to put it that way.
Yep. So
yeah. Thanks so much, Kobe Patchmeyer. Thank you very much. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting that the model that we sort of kind of stumbled across during this whole trial, it obviously was a very, very popular one, and it seems like there's a lot of desire to see more of that going on. And I think I scanned my DMs really quickly during this live stream, and I think I saw something from Nick Rekieta saying that he wanted to continue something on a semi-regular basis.
Yeah, I look forward to figuring out how we're going to be able to do this, because I think it's going to be very valuable to all of us in a very pragmatic sense, and also valuable to everyone else, because we all have something to offer and different perspectives. And then I get to learn new things, because then, like Andrew Bianca, who is a master in self-defense law, which is something I thought that I had a pretty good understanding on, and he corrects me on something. I'm like, oh, well, that's nice. I got to learn something else. It's nice.
Yeah. That's the other benefit of us collaborating all together, is like being able to have these conversations. Well, also like just for us personally to be able to get better at our craft, right? To be better at understanding and analyzing the law and making arguments. And then at the same time, also kind of showing as an example of like, hey, you guys, we can do this without dying, right? Like we can be corrected without like.
No, and I've made this point a couple times explicitly when it's happened, and I'll make it again. You know, the other day when Joe and I are having this discussion about First Amendment versus Sixth Amendment interests, freedom of speech versus the right to a trial, and we're having a dialogue, like an actual discussion.
Yeah.
And he makes some points, and I make some points, and he makes some points, I make some points, and finally he makes a point that resonates with me. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. And so now I can incorporate that into something I understand, and now I can get to where you are, and I can largely agree with you.
Yeah.
Like just a respectful dialogue. It's just nice when Joe isn't yelling at me, as sometimes he can be a little aggressive, but it's nice when we're just having a polite discussion.
That's why he's fiery, but mostly peaceful Joe.
Yeah. So it's nice when we're just having a more polite discussion, and I'm like, oh, okay, I understand your point, and I got to where you are. It's great.
Yeah, of course. So the question here is whether there will be cameras for the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, and I believe the answer is no.
No,
it's unfortunate. I would love it, but
some of the courts of appeal in the feds use cameras, but none of the trial ones, or if they do at all, it's rare. The rules allow for it, but none of them do. So yeah, no courts, no cameras in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. So very sad for us.
Yeah. I mean, it would be great, but unfortunately, all the pop culture streams are dead. Lawyers have stolen their mojo. I mean, that's the day, right? Like when like the law nerds have taken over like the fun pop culture channels, and like all of a sudden, like this is like my senior year of high school. I was in like all of like I was in. Sorry, this is going to sound whatever, but I was in the honors classes. Okay. I was in the honors programs. But there's no other way to say it. And so, typically people in those classes are not voted like prom king, prom queen, and all that kind of stuff, homecoming king, homecoming queen. But literally that year, like every single person that was voted, all of those like positions or whatever, they all came from like our honors program, our honors class, which was like, it was just hilarious because I don't know, it felt nice to be like not just like the nerds that like nobody.
Were you the prom queen?
No, I was not. I was absolutely not any of those. Not even close. Nowhere near being popular.
Oh, you're popular with us.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I definitely feel the love. I feel the love from everyone and from from the chat, from the subs, for sure. But it's funny. I was definitely like, no, there was absolutely no interest from anyone on that front in high school ever at any point. It's hilarious to look back on, actually. How do you feel?
Maybe you feel the same way I do. You finally found your group. You finally found your niche. Your peers.
Yeah.
Is it too late for us to show up at a cafeteria table at a high school and form a actual clique? Well,
I think we have, right? We just did it over YouTube.
Yeah. Fair.
So this one, how do you feel when you see CNN at all deliberately distorting the truth, even lying? Will Kyle be able to sue with any success? Yeah, we've talked about this a bit. We're all pretty enraged because it does a total disservice to everyone, absolutely everyone. They are not doing the job that they should be doing. Forever Cuber, you've done an amazing job covering this trial. As a non-lawyer, I was really gripped by all of this. Very happy with the outcome. Thank you for helping me understand all the context. Aw, yay. Thank you so much. And hi to Viva. Sorry, he's not here. Did Mercado Law go chapter 11 after paying lawyers? We were not, you know what? We were paid with eyeballs getting interested in all of our respective channels, and no one is complaining. Absolutely no one is complaining. I'm so happy for Nick for all of the love and the grift that he got, all the super chats, all of the subscribers, all the views, like all of that. I could not be happier for him, honestly. Like I have absolutely zero jealousy for that. And I know that, you know, like we were saying before, we've all benefited from it. And I think we're all just very grateful to have been a part of it. So
I hope it remains like that, you know, indefinitely. I hope as we continue to grow and grow together that, you know, we'll always remain friends and it won't wind up in bitter disputes of territory and all the rest of it. So we'll see if can we keep 15 lawyers together in a group of complete peace and agreement?
Well, definitely not agreement. Definitely not agreement. Maybe peace. But that sounds like that would be a really good reality show too. Emily D. Baker would be the host. Yeah. I mean, I think we're all very, very thankful for the citizen journalists that were there, that took video footage and photos and everything. For sure. The Young Turks has gone mental about the verdict, still spewing lies and totally defaming Wendy Rittenhouse. I didn't hear about defaming Wendy Rittenhouse. Did you hear about that?
I wouldn't surprise me, but I don't know exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe talking about like that she did a poor job of raising her son or something like that. That's something that I would probably expect. So, yeah. Let's see what's the next super chat. It's wonderful to see your generation getting it right. I am 69 years old and witnessed racism at its worst, but our nation has done more to level the playing field than any nation in history. Thank you very much. I mean, I personally feel like I've had nothing to do with that. I've been a benefactor of that probably more than anything. And you know, and look, an argument can still be made that there are plenty of things that need to be fixed, right? Like we're not a perfect country either, but I would definitely agree that we have come a long way from the experiences that our country has had over time, right?
Yeah,
for sure.
I mean, I feel like the United States, especially if you're looking at the grand history of the world, I think our nation has done very well for itself, the grand history of the world, in terms of its, even the blights on our history. You know, it's not like they're exactly unique or in some ways notable. There's been the history of the world. You know, the history of the world is everyone being bastards to everyone else in every kind of way, in ways conceivable and inconceivable. And I feel like we've done pretty well for ourselves as a nation, not only in not being as reprehensible as some of that history might imply, but in getting over it and moving through it and becoming a better country and a freer country that's more accepting of more people. So America kicks ass.
I agree. I still think that it is the best country that I could possibly have grown up in and lived in. And I love being an American, you know, living overseas. I love living overseas too. But I you know, I love coming back home to the United States. Every time I come back, you know, I leave, I go on vacation, or I'm, you know, we're living wherever, you know, every time I come back, it's always like breathing a breath of fresh air. I'm trying to talk too fast. But absolutely. And for me, like some of the times that are the most illustrative of that is like taking a road trip across the United States. It's one of my favorite things. To answer your question, Stacey D, I linked Viva Fry, Uncivil Law, and Nate the Lawyer in the description. So if anybody is not already subscribed to them, so my assumption is always that like people are already subscribed to you guys before me, but that may not necessarily be the case after you know the last however many weeks. But just so in case you aren't, definitely subscribe to their channels for sure. So yeah, let's find the next super chat. I'm glad lawyers are starting to break into the YouTube space. I study law on an amateur level, but seeing you guys coming on is refreshing. Thank you. We love being here too. Yeah.
Yep.
You should invite Van Jones to educate him on the facts. I mean, hey, I will have anyone on the stream to talk about the facts and the law, especially on one bite at a time. And it'll be a death of a million bites maybe for some people, but nice. but we'll get there. Congrats on the success you've had, Alita. Apologies if this was already asked. Do you think it's possible Kyle faces wrongful death lawsuits? Possible.
Oh, sure. And then he has great counters. Because the standard is different, but I think that Kyle proved his case 8 different ways. So as long as he doesn't have Richards as his attorney in the civil cases, he should be fine.
Yeah, which I mean, I would see him having different counsel anyway, because he probably primarily focuses on criminal law.
Yeah. So that too.
Yeah.
Also other reasons.
Sure. But I mean, hey, at the end of the day, he got the acquittal, right? So there's only so much.
Well, no, I don't know about that. Kyle was acquitted and he got the acquittal are 2 different propositions.
Okay. All right. But they still, I mean, hearing some of the reasoning behind some of their decisions, like for example, putting Kyle on the stand. I definitely
that's the decision I'm least critical of the many decisions at this point.
Sure. But that was the biggest risk.
Moving for the mistrial without prejudice might be what I'm most critical of.
Yeah.
If someone explain that sanity to me, that'd be great.
Yeah. Anyone see the angry face of Huber's family member? She looked like she wanted to kill Kyle. I don't even necessarily fault her for that, because, you know, we were talking about grief and how it shows up in weird ways sometimes. I mean, working in trust and estates law, and especially on the litigation side of it, you definitely see a lot of weird ways that people work through their grief when a family member dies. And in those cases, it's like people are fighting over money. But I would not be surprised if she actually did want Kyle to die. And it probably will take a long time for her to move past that. I would not be surprised. How much water would the state lines argument hold in Kansas City? I don't know Kansas or Missouri law. What do you think?
The argument's stupid. The argument's dumb.
Going back to the ACLU and everything being about race, that's what CRT does, and why it's so important for it not to be taught in schools.
Damn straight.
I would tend to agree with that. Maybe I could see a place for it at the university level, because you have people that are able to talk about, you know, theoretical things on to a much greater extent, but definitely not elementary school or even high school. I think it's definitely inappropriate.
No.
In my opinion. Are you following the Elizabeth Holmes case? I am following the basic outline of this case because of the Kyle Rittenhouse case. I'm definitely behind on it. I don't know, Kurt, have you been able to?
I have not, and I kind of forgot that was a thing actually, because I got so distracted. But that girl better get convicted. I tell you what, man.
That definitely seems like a pretty strong case of fraud. Based on what I know from you know you don't want to say based on, you know, from reporting, because we know how accurate that can be.
Reporting is always accurate. It's the most accurate thing ever. Why we would ever doubt our media overlords, I don't know.
Yeah. But based on what I know about a lot of the facts in that case, it seems like that should be one of those situations where there's a conviction. So hope and pray that Kenosha remains safe. So far it has, but I doubt anyone would help the Carsource brothers again. That is also a fact. I don't even know. I wonder if they're still operating in Kenosha. Did you pick up on any details on that?
No, I don't know. But if someone isn't looking into them for insurance fraud, tax fraud, it's like, you know, something's wrong in the state of Denmark.
Yeah. So insight on the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, why it's so hushed. For one thing, federal court doesn't have cameras like we discussed before. Yeah. Moving on here. Whoops. I would love to see the whole Rekieta Law gang back Monday Night Live while Tucker interviews Kyle. I actually thought that the interview for some reason was happening. Like, I don't know why. I thought that I had already missed it. I think I mentioned that earlier, but that'll be very interesting to watch. I'm actually kind of surprised that he's talking so soon.
And I'm surprised Tucker. I don't think that's really a good call just for the optics. I think there's places where that they wouldn't be hostile that aren't so obviously partisan. And I'm a little surprised as well in the timing. So
yeah, but it'll be obviously very interesting to watch. Can you get Jack Poso as a guest? I'm happy to have him on. You know, like I said, I'm happy to have anybody on, really. Are you guys going to cover the Maxwell or Murdo South Carolina murders? I actually don't know that second one. Are you familiar?
Been watching the South Carolina stuff. It's been really interesting with this former attorney down in South Carolina who was, huge in low country South Carolina. And it's just gone completely upside down. It's been quite a scandal for South Carolina. Yeah. My former home state as well. So, yeah, it's been something I've been following in the back of my head.
Gage was moving his arm all around when on the stand. Yeah, we're talking that was when we were talking about the reconstructive surgery. He did testify that he can't feel part of his arm or whatever from like, right here by his elbow on the inside and then all the way through his finger or something. But yeah, he definitely was moving it quite a bit. I didn't actually take note of that. That's a very insightful comment. Oh, poor Norm MacDonald. Rip. All right, let's see if we have many more super chats. He's a hero for surviving the trial and constant demonization. And honestly, the demonization is going to continue. Let's be real. I mean, there are people that are posting that are definitely left leaning, posting on Twitter saying like, oh, like what's next? He's going to have like such a lush life. He's going to be invited onto Joe Rogan and he's going to work for a congressman and then he's going to be a Congress member. Like, I don't like to say that it's going to be that rosy. Is
clerk for Kavanaugh.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know. He'd have to get into a law school first. He'd have to be admitted and have to deal with all of that. I think just going to college is going to be a struggle for him based on the way that most universities are.
Well, when he turns 21, I'll buy him a beer.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair. And also somebody in the chat just mentioned that he wants to be a nurse anyway. So yeah. I think this was responding to what you guys were talking about earlier for the coffee case.
What?
Do you think so? Earlier there was the young man whose verdict also came out on the same day as Kyle's, out of Indiana, I think it was. What was it? His name was Coffee. His last name was Coffee.
Okay, I don't know that one.
Oh, I think we were talking about it earlier. Maybe just the way that I'm framing it right now is not catching your attention.
Okay.
But that's okay.
Maybe I'm just tired.
Yeah, it could be. Oh, Andrew Coffey. That was the name. ABL made a video showing a guy named Andrew Coffey who is black that pleaded not guilty to self-defense after shooting a law enforcement officer. Yeah,
Right.
I was seeing some articles or something on it. We used to train using shoot, don't shoot scenario when I was in the military on this expensive simulator. Kier did a good job in real life. I 100% agree. I mean, the fact that he didn't take shots beyond what he did is
Amazing.
actually pretty remarkable considering the circumstances. You guys are wrong. If Kyle was black, there would have been no charges or trial. The narrative would be how 3 white guys attacked a black man and he defended himself.
Probably.
That is quite possible considering everything that we have seen so far here. They're trying really, really hard to make the racist fog a reality, Nate. It's scary how much misinformation was pushed and how dangerous that can be. I definitely agree, Talix. Definitely agree. He's saying that if they were black, they would have gotten social justice. A jury of your peers, correct? I'm not sure what this was responding to. Do you remember?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. I'm sorry. Sorry, Belle. The prosecutors also hid what was in Rosenbaum's bag: hard candies, a Baby Shark soundtrack. Okay, my jelly. Oh my.
Oh dear.
Oh my. I'm not going to verify that because I'm pretty sure that's a joke. Just for anyone that is watching and wondering. Thank you all for showing the internet that attorneys are humans and not just greedy, conniving weasels like Binger. Hey, anytime. anytime. But you know what? Hey, everybody's greedy to a certain extent, right?
Yeah, I just love the juxtaposition of that. I feel so judged somehow.
All I can look into, Andrew Coffey IV, self-defense acquittal same day as Rittenhouse, counter to the only white people argument.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So that was my impression, was that it was a very similar, similar fact pattern in its broader scope, I guess. Nate, at the end, it was he needed to fist fight him. Oh, sorry, Nate already left. The South Carolina ACLU has sued to force healthy kids to wear masks in school. I strongly dislike them. Yeah, I understand that one. I'm glad you guys are here to make the consumable. Whenever I try to read laws or statutes, I can't understand any of it. Yeah, I mean, that's why it takes training, right? It takes years of law school to sort of figure out how to read this stuff. And even for us,
somehow we still get it wrong. We still get it wrong. Lawyers get it wrong. Professionals get it wrong. Apparently, Ahmad's, the defense lawyers and McMillan's lawyers have gotten it wrong.
Yeah.
So we still get it wrong sometimes. It's yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, for sure. I mean, and that's like I was saying earlier, like there's always a winning side and a losing side to any lawsuit, unless it settles, right? In which case you technically don't. But any case that goes to trial, there's always one losing side, and some lawyer has analyzed that situation and decided to take the gamble on that case. The more that the radical fringe obtains power in the DA offices, the more we see the emergence of a worldview demonstrated by Binger that we shouldn't do the right thing because it will make bad people angry. I agree. I really took issue with that whole argument.
The worst one is like the worst question was, you knew that by going into the streets and trying to put out the fires, it would anger them. And I was thinking to myself, what kind of a question is this?
Yeah. It was like what right do you have to put out a fire, especially when you know that it's going to make other people angry?
Like it's like, I don't know where to start on that one.
Yeah. So have you seen self-defense become premeditated? No, because by definition, self-defense has to be in response to a threat or a perceived threat.
Well,
right.
Well, I can think of one case off the top of my head where it might hit that fact pattern. There was a case of a pharmacist in Kansas. This is going back a couple of years, who was the victim of an armed robbery in their pharmacy, and he had a revolver, I think, but it might have been a handgun. But yeah, he shot the person who was coming at him, and it was probably self-defense up at that point. And then he reloaded, and then he kept going. And so there's a situation where a lawful self-defense turned into an unlawful self-defense because the guy was no longer a threat to him. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah. So that's, but yeah, that sort of premeditation turns it into non-self-defense in that moment. But if we're talking about like a proper definition of self-defense would involve strictly a reaction to a perceived threat, and so long as that threat still exists.
Then fair enough.
Yeah, we talked about the DOJ being asked to look at the case earlier.
Nothing for the DOJ to do.
Yeah. Personally, I love the diversity of the panel and their opinions. Also, how civil disagreements were discussed. Much to be learned from this from all sides of any argument. I agree. I like the fact that we were all able to to discuss, and we mentioned this earlier, to discuss these issues and do so civilly, when we disagreed, and then eventually maybe having one person change sides and maybe not. So yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna sign off for now.
Okay.
Because I gotta do some other things, but I really enjoyed.
Thanks so much. And I'm almost there. I'm getting closer. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
All right, I'll let you finish it out then.
So
Talk to you later.
All right. Thanks. See you, Kurt. All right. I know the political leanings of the panel shouldn't matter, but is there someone that you would all like to have in the panel that tends to be more left and or mainstream media sympathetic? Just for additional perspective. I mean, I would totally welcome it. I think that would be great because it helps to really sharpen everyone's arguments involved. And you don't necessarily end up with consensus every time, but you definitely can in different scenarios. So I don't have anyone off the top of my head that I would add, but I mean, if there was somebody that came up and said that they wanted to join, I would 100% be with it. I've seen video evidence where lawyers are cats. I have too. Although the statement was that they were not a cat. I wish people did more research based in evidence and facts instead of secondhand opinions that are completely fallacies. Would a more knowledgeable population be harder to manipulate? I mean, arguably, they would be harder to manipulate. The question is whether or not the culture supports putting that kind of a standard for everybody, right? So yeah, I would definitely support people getting to be more knowledgeable on all of these subjects. I'm a legal immigrant from Florida, from Switzerland, or in Florida from Switzerland. Where I come from, you can only shoot a burglar in your house, after he shoots first. Same goes for cops. Yeah, that's in some states that would be possibly true. Not entirely sure, but definitely not in all states for sure. Thank you very much. Thank you. Going through more super chats here. Big shout out to Legalbytes and Uncivil Law. Thank you so much. I've joined both of your monthly programs. Uncivil Law touched on it yesterday about the statute of minor and firearm. So statute is any minor can have a gun. I don't know that I would conclude that necessarily, but the statute that they were trying to get Kyle on in this particular case did not apply. Because of the type of rifle that he had and the dimensions of his rifle, and because of his age. So, and the fact that he wasn't going hunting. But it could be that any minor can possess one. I'm not sure because I haven't seen any other statutes that would maybe read into that analysis. The truth and diversity of thought. You guys are filling a real need. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your super chat too. Let's see. Nobody can understand being forced to take a life that has never had to. He will never be the same. Just glad he will not be in a cell. Absolutely. I agree. His life has completely changed for the rest of his life. Like he will never be the same. He will never be, an average person because of the circumstances of not just the incident itself, but also the trial following it and all of the public media attention that he got as a result. Maybe this is just me being a youngin'. But while I can respect people talking about progress with race, it's grating to be reminded constantly about it as if I had something to do with the ills. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree that I think that I can understand that, and I definitely agree that people should not be held responsible for things that they had nothing to do with. However, also understanding when people also are suffering because of things that weren't their fault too. I think that there's also a space for talking about that as well at the same time. So I hope that makes sense. Legalbytes is so easy to look at with long blonde hair. I used to die for a long. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, my Mr. Bites is definitely very lucky and he understands and he shows his understanding. So I'm also very lucky to have him too. Thank you very much. Do you think any hard drives from a particular island will ever get anybody in trouble? I'm guessing you're talking about the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. We'll see. We'll definitely see. Can Kyle be sued by victims' families or rumors? Yeah. We talked about the wrongful death possibilities. Whether or not those will be successful is definitely another question. Thanks for all the time and expertise. Let's hope we can get all the word out to the professional idiots. Thank you. Thank you very much. I definitely appreciate it. By the way, everybody check out Hellbound. It's a great show. Thanks, Angry Vandling. Let's see. Discussions about race are a misdirection tactic. I think especially in this case, that's very clear, right? Because it really, the only connection that this case had to race was because of the fact that he was at the riots that followed the BLM protests. Other than that, race had nothing to do with any of the facts relevant to this incident. As someone following the trial from Sweden, the media here basically just parrot CNN or New York Times. But when I show people the video, they agree with self-defense. I agree, and that's been my experience as well. Is that when people have actually seen the evidence, they've seen the trial, they've seen the testimony, they've agreed that it was self-defense. And that's because facts don't lie, right? You all should get someone to make a white pill container so people can put uplifting facts to give people. I think you'd make a killing. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Everyone is talking about the decision a 17-year-old made, but refused to acknowledge the decision men in their mid-20s and late 20s made toward Kyle. Absolutely, also correct. I think Rosenbaum may have even been in his 30s, to be honest, if I remember correctly. But that's completely a very good point. I want Kyle working at my hospital in case a crazy shooter comes in. I would agree. I would also agree. I'm not suggesting to do this, but it would be really funny if everyone kept timing super chats right at the point that you're about to sign off, so you have to keep reading them. 8-hour stream. Please don't. I definitely appreciate it. And it's funny to find myself in a position where I'm like, no, don't send me money, don't give me money. But at some point the super chat or the live stream does have to end, and it's been over 4 hours. I can't believe it. Liberty University has a good law school if they would accept him. That would be great. I think he still wants to be a nurse apparently, but yeah, probably that would be great. Anyone is capable of getting it wrong, but as a use of force instructor for many years, Kyle was legitimate in the use of force he employed. I'm not a use of force expert, but with my untrained eyes, looking at the situation, I would agree. Okay, the real crime is you will never unhear havoc. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever be able to unhear havoc. You're right. Or probably not, or probably say it the non-Wisconsinite way, right? If you believe the evidence from Epstein's Island hasn't been destroyed by the feds, you probably believe Epstein offed himself. So, okay, that's about it. That's the last super chat that I'm going to take. And this has been wonderful. You guys, thank you so much. I can't believe there have been so many people watching, and that there are still people watching at this point, 4 hours in, almost 4.5 hours in. This is great. You guys are wonderful. And I'm so thrilled to have so many people here. And thank you again to the Quartering for being on the stream. And thank you for Viva and Uncivil Law and Nate the lawyer for coming in and helping me work my way through these super chats and kind of talking with everybody and going over the case. This has been wonderful. And this has been fantastic. And if you guys are enjoying this and you haven't already liked the video, go ahead and like the video, sub to the channel if you haven't already. And also check me out on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Locals, Patreon. If you want to support the channel, you can do so through memberships on YouTube or through Locals or Patreon. And if you guys are interested in some Legalbytes merch, you can definitely get it through the link in the description below as well. So awesome. Thank you so much, you guys. You have been wonderful. And I can't wait to see you in the next video.